To say that this is an exciting time for Siege, I feel like would be the understatement of the year. Siege X releases in a month and a half. R6 Reload is literally 14 days away. And what this weekend is all about, the path to pro is back. Jonas Willinger here with Adam Jazzman Jassim, V Light Rose Kohler. We've got a good one today, and hopefully we'll get some clarity as to who that team going to Pro League will be. Adam, I know it's, day 3 now of your Challenger Series career, but has it settled in yet, the fact that what we're here to do is send a team to Pro League?
Yeah, I think it's a thing that I constantly want to reiterate because it's so important. This is a monumental moment here. Once a year, we're going to have a team that we're just going to shoot up to the top and see how they do. And this is that time. We're going to crown a CS champion and then hopefully crown a new Pro League team.
Yeah, it'll be so exciting to see eventually who that team could be at the end of the day tomorrow. But V, I mean, for many of these teams, this journey has not just been a day, a week. It has been years in the making. That is an overwhelming amount of pressure this weekend for the 6 teams, 30 players that we have left.
Yeah, some of them, like you said, years, because promotion hasn't been a thing for the past 2 years. Your only path was to maybe get a tryout and then maybe get picked up. But for these 2 teams that we have today, they have the option to immediately punch their ticket. 2 best of 3s away. At most, 6 maps of Siege separate them from playing at the highest level of Rainbow Six.
Well, it is very close for some of these teams, but they did have quite a journey, as we mentioned, to get here. Just last weekend, we saw the quarterfinals and the semifinals in our upper bracket. And, well, Adam, fair to say we saw a couple of surprises. I know one of them was the fact that Core took a map against Forsaken, but M80X going down in the semifinals, being sent to the lower bracket, that certainly caught the attention of many.
Yep, that was an intense game as well, and now they have JJ and Co to face, which is going to be interesting. And they're best of 3 at this point. They played each other twice. That's the 3rd matchup. It's really going to be an exciting one. Why Revelations Forsaken is exciting, though, is because they're our favorites here. I mean, Revelations have, both teams have X-Pros on them. It's a very interesting match because one of these teams is going to be up in that spot going for Pro League, and they're 2 teams that are likely to succeed if they do end up making Pro League.
Well, not just a single elimination, but a double elimination bracket, which means even the 2 teams we have in front of us in that upper bracket final, one of them, if they lose that game, will still have a second chance. They will join M80X, JJ and Co, Space Shoobs, and the Unks down in the lower bracket. But of course, after this round, we're only going to have 2 of these teams left, V.
It really does suck that we can't stream both the Revelations game and the JJ & Co game, because that is almost the final part of that best of 3 that M80X won in Crucible, JJ won in Quals, and now they get to duke it out to see who continues on. And most likely the winner of that game will play the loser of the game that Adam, you and I get to cast concurrently.
Well, V, you mentioned it. Important to note that M80X, JJ & Co, that match will be streamed at the same time as our current match. All of them happening at 1 p.m. Eastern in just a few minutes' time. That M80 game, if you're interested in catching that, head over to Siege Double Shot on Twitch. And if you're interested in watching Space Shoobs take on the Unks in that other lower bracket quarterfinal, you can check that out on High Bears Twitch channel. But Revelations and Forsaken, that is where the day will start here, and it's a big one because, as we said, Revelations, after a big semifinal win, now they're here in this upper bracket final. And this is a team that, yes, was the #1 seed out of the group stage and dominated to get to this point.
One thing about Revelations and Mr. B teams in general is they're very good on their attack, and they kind of met their match a little bit with M80X and the flaws that their attack had. That even though they go fast, they can hit a couple snags, get flanked, and that's exactly where M80X strike. That and trades, both Revelations and M80X did wonderful in that department, and I expect trades to be a huge part as to why Revelations could take the win over Forsaken.
Something that was mentioned last week is that Mr. B is always good at surrounding himself with talent, and he's done that again. But Adam, when we think of talent, in all of the rosters who've competed in this open qualifier and now in the actual finals here of Challenger Series, it's hard to say that any team was more filled with talent than Forsaken.
Absolutely, and I'm really glad that that's the point that you wanted to harp on, because it's the same thing I was going to harp on. I mean, We'll just read off the list of names here. You got Gasher, ex-TSM, it was in Pro League. Kento, ex-Mirage, was in Pro League. Hat, Oxygen, top 8 at Invite this year, not any other year, this year on Oxygen. Kool-Aid on Parabellum, and then BJL.
And BJL.
But BJL definitely making a name for himself. But Kento and Kool-Aid, it's been all them so far in this, and as well as Hat. I mean, those three have been lighting up. Actually, all five, I think, are going positive in playoffs. They are insane. The roster's extremely stacked, and they have a great leader behind them. People forget that Gasher was an IGL. He has leadership experience, and him kind of adapting back into the game after a long absence, I think has helped push Forsaken to this point now where they're undefeated, playing against Revelations, who are also undefeated.
Well, you mentioned it, not just that Pro League experience, but international competition as well, and they love a chance to get back to that Pro League, that T1 level. To do it, though, as we said, it's a big matchup against Revelations, and as always, it is very important to see where they're going to end up. As far as Forsaken goes, we saw them lose Clubhouse to Core in that quarterfinal round, and that was a bit of a surprise. And V, we've got some Clubhouse here again.
Oh, for sure. Where my head immediately goes is that I think it was Gunnar who made a tweet about Kento and like how, the talent isn't great, so Kento can just come back and run up the scoreboard. Kool-Aid responded to that and said he did not even know the callouts on Lair. That cracked me up, and ever since I saw that, I was like, it would be the funniest possible outcome if we went to Lair. We are going to Lair, and then Clubhouse. It's looking pretty decent for Revelations, especially since they did take the win over M80X. It was close, but they had such a dominant defense, which they get to start on.
Right, it was 8-6 on Clubhouse for them, and then 8-7 on Bank. The two maps they won against M80. It was close.
They blew the lead, yeah.
Yeah, it was a very close game, but you gotta look at these maps, Adam, and think, well, Forsaken don't necessarily have the best reputation on Clubhouse, given at least their one map loss against a team that probably shouldn't have beaten them there. Are you feeling good about Revelation's chances because of that?
I think map 1 is going to be a brutal map, right? Like we already talked about that Kento tweet. It's real. I mean, it's as real as it can be. They played Lair against Cardinco and lost 7-8. So they brought it pretty close. And I think that's the one strength about Forsaken, is that they just kind of play around themselves. So I think for maps, they just play whatever they feel like playing. They have a Chalet is their respectable map, but Consulate's like the main one, right? Like they love Consulate. But they've played every other map, and they've won on Clubhouse in the past. But Lair's kind of iffy. They lost to Cardinco, and that's pretty much as far as it goes for their history on Lair. And if Kento or Kool-Aid just doesn't know where they are, I don't know if that's really going to be a benefit for them on the map 1. But this could be a 3-mapper. I think it very well will be, and I think that in that case the map will kind of just will matter at the end, right? Like map number 3 is just going to be the most important.
Well, the good thing is we do not have to wait any longer. The upper bracket final, the winner straight to the Grands, where a Pro League spot is on the line. The loser, well, they'll head down to the lower bracket with a second chance. It is Lair to start things off. I'll throw it to you guys.
It's time I admit that I also, much like Kool-Aid, do not know the callouts on Lair.
You gotta know some, right?
Kidding.
Like the
No, I
basic
know.
ones, ops.
We casted in Element. I remember Lair. I do. It is a very fun map. It's a map that I've started to warm up to. Believe it or not, I think that it is going to be very interesting considering how Forsaken's history on this map has gone. I'm very interested to see what they can pull out. They at least get a defensive start, though.
I've been thinking about this matchup all morning. I've just been so excited because there's a lot of reasons why each of these teams could win this game and respectively go to the NAL. And then you start thinking about, how would they do in the NAL? How would Revelations, a very T2-centric team, when they throw strategy into the mix, can kind of stumble? That's not going to be great in the NAL. Forsaken, they've been essentially kind of pushed out, whether it was pseudo-retiring if you're Kool-Aid, maybe Gasher, and then coming back. How are they going to compete against these players who have been grinding the game, have not taken a break since probably 2015?
And Gasher has to live with the guilt that he retired Bolo. It's unbelievable.
Can't believe it. A completely original joke.
I'm sorry. It's just really funny. But no, Gasher, I think like one thing that I managed to grab him before the game, and have a discussion, and I didn't actually talk to him, I just DM'd him, but I talked about like him kind of adapting back into that role as an IGL, and all he really said was like I had to like just play the game a lot, right? Like I had to play the game to make sure that I could still aim straight, I could still shoot straight. And I think one thing that was very underrated about Gasher with his time on TSM is his aim like progressively got better as he played. So I think that like, if he's in a position where he can shoot back and also kind of just chill on the IGL and like relax around his team, which I think is another thing that he wanted to highlight on, right? Like he needs to make sure that he's allowing Forsaken to play, but also not cluttering those comms. And very interested to see his performance because we all know, the rest of the team can shoot better.
Yeah.
But Gasher, it's like very interesting to watch him play because he has more of a mind for the game.
He's had some really good games. I mean, back I think it was at the start of the playoffs. He was lighting up the scoreboard. It was really big. I want to talk about Gasher's utility a little bit more here because you're running the Tachanka. This isn't something you normally see, but I can absolutely see why you would want to bring the Tachanka. You can just spam those Shumika launchers directly in that potentially default plant spot with that Montaigne if you're able to get that double wall open with that ace. Maybe there's a smoke plant, throw those Shumikas in, and there's no way that they're going to be able to get the diffuser down. But so far, it seems like Forsaken's go-to is just going to be wasting time. With the smoke, with the Tachanka, like I mentioned, the Ella and the Bandit. Everything is just designed to waste Revelation's time, and Kiru runs in, gets smoked, setting the tempo super duper early.
They're a quick team, Revelations are. They just kind of go off the fly, and whatever kind of hits them. And unfortunately for Kiru, it was a bullet from the top ropes. Right above the site. I mean, kind of what you'd expect in that situation. The Tachanka coming out now and forcing back the Montaigne. Kind of highlighting on your point, Tachanka is going to be I think this might be his highest pick rate game because Gasher loves Tachanka, Mr. B loves Tachanka. This might be the most we see him. And on Lair, makes a ton of sense. Look at these tight corridors. You don't really need to use more than 2 at a time to force people off, and you can just stall for super long.
Look at that. Look, 15 left to use. You can beat Mr. B on those greens for really as long as you want. It's going to have to just push through. That's going to isolate him. Bellamine goes off, and it seems like somehow Mr. B survives.
This is just how to Tachanka 101. I mean, Asian and Mr. B, well, Asian was on 1 HP, but he now is down to none. And Mr. B's impact is going to be 2 kills. Gasher tries to reinforce the wall, but he gets pistol whipped by Mr. B. But it is a 3 versus 2. Forsaken have responded with their pressure by util, by also pressuring with their bodies, and Revelations just got completely mowed down. Hat will get his head ripped off by Recited, though. Sending us back into 2 versus 2. BJL caught out, though. Recited on for maybe a third, has Kool-Aid in his sights and knows exactly where he is. And a 2 versus 1 in Revelations will make it work. They just play patiently. They just wait out Forsaken, who had no more util left. The only thing remaining was that C4 on Bandit. The other 2 getting cut down, and Forsaken will lose that defense.
I don't know if that's setting the mood for the entire game. I kind of hope not, because that was just pure chaos. 5 stacking over that sky bridge and then rotating over the bathroom late after your Monty had been taken out, after Asian had died. It's kind of ugly from Revelation. They lose a lot of bodies just to gain an inkling of map control, but get the job done. Their guns hot as ever. Mike W. We all are going to look to him and see what he can do after his masterclass up against M80X. If you have not seen the pistol clutch on Bank Basement, I advise you to look at that to see the impact that he can have on this game as a whole, because I think individuals are really going to make the difference. We've talked about Gasher, but Hat potentially is another player who really could step up to the plate, along with the aforementioned Mike W.
Mike W. Recited as well, a name that has been turning heads, I think, for all the right reasons. Previously of JJ & Co, now moving over to Mr. B. I mean, getting to play in those systems, I'm sure, is very helpful to your growth. And Recited has grown a lot as a player, being in both systems, and massive improvements. And like you said, I mean, Hat as well has always been very good. I think there's been no doubt to his skill and his ability. And now on a team with his friends already, Revelations getting up to business. All it takes, though, is a Goyo canister on the door to kill 3 people, I guess. I guess all my hype about Rev just doesn't matter. They burn up in flames, and now we're in a 2 versus 5. I mean, what the hell even happened? Like, why are we walking into Goyos?
This is something that Revelations did up against the game against M80, is they really tried to push how quickly they could take these rounds, and it kept biting them. They would constantly lose these rounds after trying to go as fast as possible. Kiru is not long for this world, and I think that's an example of when they're going to get punished for these blitz plays, trying to spot weaknesses in the defense where clearly they had not taken care of everything. The Goyo canister is immediately a red flag of like, hey, we shouldn't 5-man this one very small doorway when a Goyo canister is just going to blow up the entire plant, which it did. And I think for Revelations, they need to take it down a notch. Those first 2 rounds have been so chaotic. Just drone it out. Take her easy.
Definitely no slouches, right? Like, Forsaken are also going to bring a lot of denial, so you kind of are going to expect that, right? So playing around it, I think, is key here. You can see Asian will bring the Twitch for the aforementioned Goyo, which is not being brought this time around, so might not be all that helpful in the grand scheme of things, but yes, we'll switch to Nomad. That's another thing I think that Revelations are going to have to worry about in the long term is those flanks, right? Like, they are a team that can get flanked very easily because they play so loose, because they are just very separate at times, and they play very quick. I think that's never going to leave them. So I think that being able to watch your flanks and being able to make sure that you don't get peeked out by a Forsaken player kind of just, I don't know, walking behind you, especially on Lair where there's so many angles so you can flank from, I think is going to be very crucial.
I mean, you have the Solus as well. Not really used as a flank operator, but definitely somebody who can do it with that SMG-11, a very quick elimination tool. Can tell Forsaken really want to play the same angle that Revelations pushed when it was a second floor site. We're on bunks this time, but it's going to require a very similar push from that top floor to eliminate everywhere, or at least push them off from above the site. Use your vert, of which there's not a ton. It's just Mike W with 3 breaching charges. So it may not be about clearing out the floor, more just about getting rid of the defenders staying on top of it.
Got a Legion and a Clash to now deal with this Monty who's making his way through, trying to push through R6 room. They've got master control, but there's so many reinforcements. Where did Mr. B get that kill? Was that from underneath? I couldn't tell, but B goes down. Kira's dead as well, and Kento, a beautiful shot into Asian. And we're back to where we started. Forsaken are just up by a landslide. It is a 5 versus 2. Recited and Mike W, the only 2 alive. Recited hunting down a kill, has a powerful DMR, but against Kool-Aid Shotgun, he's not long for this world. His head is now in pieces, and Mike W's team is in pieces too. He's the last one standing. Caught out though by Kento, swinging on that Clash. Kento having a great round. And Forsaken, I mean, just eat Revelations alive, not really heeding our warnings, not really slowing down. They're well above the speed limit.
Yeah, I mean, comparative to the second round, a lot slower, but there was no room for Revelations to actually work their magic with the trades. Something that was constant on M80 was M80 always forced them to give something to get something. For example, if a site is CCTV and Revelations are going to push Jim, they're going to have to trade somebody out to take control of Master Bedroom and Logi. And so far, Revelations have given a lot, but haven't gotten anything. Their only round win is from just, I mean, saying chaotic feels like an understatement. Whatever. What is in that first round, that's not really something that can be repeatable. And so far, Forsaken, when it comes to actual basic clinical pushes, have met Revelations word for word.
And it hasn't really been through any, like, massive change. It's kind of just been through the way that they've been playing up, doubling up. Finding this Monty really early is a big one. Mr. B, I don't know why I feel like he'd be the guy to run Fuse Shield. I want to see if he is. Let's see if he's got an... Probably has an AK.
I mean,
on that
running
thing.
a
I don't know what I'm saying.
fuse is still just a massive question mark. See,
Well, it's more... I'm wondering if it's for the bandit trick. There is no tuber out on the board right now. You could also just shoot those. It could work.
Tricking maybe, but if you have both batteries on the board,
He's got a pistol out. I'm really trying to see if it's fuse shield. I don't. It probably is not. I'm probably just dreaming. But regardless, yeah, I don't know. That fuse could. I mean,
I think we'll just have to see. Honestly,
yeah. I mean, I'm really trying hard here. Well, he's putting it down now. It looks like he's on the breach. Yeah. So the bandit's going to be a way. I guess the buck is a way to get rid of the util, or you just get rid of the bandit. Yep, that works. All right. Well, gotten rid of the bandit trick. The fuse is now not as important as I thought he would be. And Kool-Aid is gone.
I mean, already much better. That was the exact same spot that Kiru pushed into. And I want to say they had a drone by the way that Kiru took that so aggressively. That's just not something you do twice in a row. Here's that fuse charge. BGIL just walks as close as he can, but hearing that fuse is going to walk far, far away, and the Tachanka still is available. And because there's no Monty immediately there, yes, you see it, the fuse shield is available. As good as the AK-12 is, I would assume that Mr. B would play it the same way he would a blitz, potentially, protect, potentially Mike W, going for a plant. But with a minute 15 remaining, 20 Shumika launcher shells, and 3 smoke canisters, there's still so much you have to do as the attacker.
Rev haven't showed yet, though. They don't really know where the push is coming from. As Mike W, though, will get spotted inside of Ops, so might have an idea. Still unsure of the shield. They know that they've been bringing a Monty every round, but that certainly won't be on the board. You have 2 smokes out of Mr. B, so that execute's only gonna. I mean, that execute's gonna have to happen when those smokes go out, because otherwise there's nothing really else you can do, unless Mr. B can get this cross. But there's so much util to deal with. Shumikas and gas grenades. Hat being spotted by the Grim, but he's not in any danger. So him being able to live through this is gonna be really, really important. 30 seconds. Asian gets taken down. The Grim is gone. Those are the 2 smokes out of Mr. B, but he is forced off by the gas. Not going to be able to go through. Has a shield in front of his face, but there's just no way in hell he's going to be able to break through this unless he can find like a little corner. He'll actually get naded by his team. All good. Kiru's getting the kill. The Sens wall is out. Recited trying to help him out. And Mr. B getting in a corner and ducking and planting. 3 versus 2. It's working for Revelations as Mike W hits the gap and the plant goes down. All they needed was just that little bit of time, and they find a window through thanks to Mike W.
Impressively so, because I had assumed that with the smoke canisters, with over 10 shells remaining, that there was just no way that Revelations was going to get this down. But Gasher was actually distracted. So for half the time the diffuser was going down, he had his gun up. He was fighting, and only then is he able to peek it through the Sens walls. A player in Revelations is able to sneak through, get an angle, shut that down. The Sens create so much chaos within the site for both sides because neither of them can see through, but you do have that option of setting up the screens beforehand so you know exactly where the angles you can go to without being shot. Once those walls go down, there's the kill onto Gasher. Plant is down. Revelations get a win. Much, much better than the 3 rounds that were before. I like seeing this team that is a lot more clinical. They still do rely on their guns just a little bit, but you can see the tactics below that shell.
Yeah, and Revelations, I feel like aren't really doing anything that's super out of the ordinary, right? Like this is all pretty like good stuff. I think their op lineup was. I was worried definitely because the only thing that you really had going was those 2 smokes, and then wherever the Sens wall came from. Thankfully, the Sens was able to live that long for that play to go through. A lot of times, that's what you'll lose. You lose the Sens early, and that push kind of goes completely awry. But Revelations played it patiently, and it really pays out in the end. And you can tell that they're now trying to win on other fronts. Kiru getting back in chat. He's going to try and chalk the mental of Forsaken. Obviously, if you're not watching the M80X game and you're kind of an M80 fan or you're in the console community, Kiru is a popular character right now. Has the resume to back it up, though, and back up his words. He is a T2 champion, after all, on with Envy. That guy teamed with Diffuser, and Diffuser won a major, so a lot of history there. Revelations getting in early, getting themselves set up inside a warehouse, and I have a little bit of a flank to worry about.
Yeah, but you would assume with their Forsaken, with their 3 BPs, 2 barbed wire, goo mines, and the Solus, that they'd have something with 4-man offsite roam on Lair basement. It's a rarity to see. One of the players goes down. It's Kool-Aid. It's the 4th entry. Actually, no, it's the 2nd entry for Forsaken, 2nd in a row. And BJL is going to be able to get that trade. And Asian so far not having a wonderful game. It's currently 0-5. But I think, like I said, Revelations have had to sacrifice some to get some. And they've taken care of Kool-Aid, pushed through a bit of that first floor. And now you can see they sense the basement site is clear and are going to use Mr. B and the Monty to push through it.
He has that smoke. Trying to get that plant through, but currently being stopped. Has the vert above as well. BJL has been so good on this vert. It secures him another kill, and arguably a very important one. If there's one consistency for Forsaken, it's that BJL will stay alive for a very long time and have a lot of impact on the round. But as I say that, gets his head taken off. Still had a great round. Stalled out a ton of time and got rid of that shield. Now Revelations are forced to work with a little bit of scraps here, and they're definitely going to be getting into a lot of fights to try and get through.
Big one with Hat, throws the goo mine, but he's able to get it done. As he sensed the fight, he wins it and drops the diffuser with 40 seconds left. Both remaining players on the first floor. One's going to drop, but a huge play from Recited. He can go for the ace.
2 versus 2. They've been in this situation pretty often so far. Time is ticking, though. And Forsaken, they've got Goyos. Their last smoke just used. They've got to break through this util. They have a lot of ground to cover as well. Don't know where these players are. Recited doesn't spot Gasher. Just sitting inside of Toxin. Gets a second as well for his troubles as Kiru tries to walk up. And Revelations, I mean, they're starting to worry a little bit here, although it is that Lair defense. You're 2-3. If you can secure this attack, it'll be 3-3, and that's a really good break for you.
Forsaken just plays such a different play style on that site than we usually see. I mean, having a player roam is pretty common on that site, but having all 4 off that site, and with Revelations clearly not having eyes on all of them, case in point, BJL able to take down Mr. B, who probably would have been extremely crucial once we got into the late round where there was only 2 players remaining. There was no smoke canisters, but since they didn't have eyes on BJL and some of that first floor roam, it costs them a huge basement push, and it costs them the round. They have the option to go completely equal. It's going to be a bunks push. This was probably the worst attack we saw from them. It was on round 3. They're sticking Mr. B onto the blitz. I do like that. And Recited onto the Sen. So clearly they're trying to have some of the old guard. Recited's going to swap onto the Lion. But overall, I think the change in playstyle that we've seen in the past 2 rounds is probably here to stay.
Last round for Revelations on this attack. Seems like it's going to come maybe from that gallery side. Last time around, it's just been all about the ops push and kind of towards the main breach. Kind of just clearing that side of the map. It's been their forte, but now they're going to start to hit the middle. This is one of those sites where vert is pretty important, not only because there's vert to work with on the upstairs. It's kind of like Consulate, right? Like whenever you're playing inside a projector, when it's a lobby site, or like a CEO whenever it's piano, that kind of deal. But the other thing is that there's hatch drops, so you got to really cover those. A lot of teams will try and run through this default breach, but the vert really becomes problematic there. So we're going to see where that angle is going to come from. It's actually not going to be from the breach. Mr. B's going to hit it from the main door instead, and they're going to try and get this plant down, but there's a Legion inside the site. I'm not sure if he dropped through the hatch or if he was still there, but regardless, Hat is activated. He gets a double kill, and this push goes by the wayside. Hat with a third, has Diffuser right next to him, and has the round basically won. This man doesn't miss. Asian, though, finally on the board. At least gets the trade, but it's too little too late. Revelations have been cut down to a 3 versus 2.
Didn't I say Hat was one of the guys we wanted to keep our eyes on who can make these hero plays? Clearly, Revelations were wanting to have a really fast play with a lot of the remaining operators on that second floor, but it's a constant issue of them just missing a piece of utility or a singular player, and it cost them the entire push. Asian is all alone by himself. He's not going to win that, and now Mike W, he's won 1v3s, but with a clash, with an Ella and a shotgun on the board. Diffuser not in his pockets. It's looking like a 4-2 split for Forsaken.
Patience out of Forsaken too. They're just baiting Mike Dub into the cross, and there it is. It works out. Kool-Aid around the corner, and with the Legion in tow, it is a 4-2. And Revelations, I mean, kind of just the expected result at this point. Definitely tried to get aggressive. It felt like they were just trying to speed through these attacks and get them over with so they can swap over to the defense. And this is where, you know, defense wins games, and ultimately, especially on Lair. And I'm wondering if Revelations are just going to completely turn the tide here, or if Forsaken have something up their sleeve to, at the very least, just kind of throw this game into a big question mark, rather than kind of just give that defensive start to Revelations. Because, I mean, defense on this map is strong. Like, it is really hard to crack sometimes, but you gotta question the inexperience of Forsaken on this map. If, you know, we don't know callouts, then it might not matter after all.
Well, I think Hat did drop the hatch, by the way. So on that replay, so
as much,
very, very bold plays, but sometimes we said it in the pre-show, and if you watch the M80X, you clearly saw it, that risky plays can really undo Revelations if they're not ready for that flank. It's happened time and time again, and it will continue to happen. But as they're on their defense, I think things are going to get a little bit better, because now Forsaken is going to be questioned on how good their attacks can be. And already, early spawn peak from Mr. Mike Dub himself. Pretty average game so far, 4-4, but he hasn't been put in the best positions to get all these frags. He also hasn't been asked to get a lot of these frags. He's been mainly a little bit of a backline player in most of these pushes.
I think with Revelations, they kind of are just confident in the fact that they have good gun skill, and I think that's, while yes, true, it is also the mindset that Forsaken are likely going into this game with. So taking gunfights is very even, right? It's not one of those games where you have a very overpowering sort of fragging situation, although Revelations do have a few players that you kind of expect to be doing better. Asian always kind of been struggling with inconsistency, but whenever he's on, man, it's definitely hard to stop him. Hiru, kind of the same thing. But yeah, Mike W and Recited have been the ones to step up so far, and have been honestly the consistencies of this team. And Revelations, I mean, they just all believe in themselves, so it doesn't really matter who's doing good at the moment. Kind of just the only outside observation we can make, but they definitely feel confident in themselves. And switching over to defense, I mean, Forsaken kind of just roam clearing right now. If Revelations can catch them out in a good gunfight early and maybe deal with BJL, they'll have a lot of pressure off their shoulders.
You can tell, though, this is a bit of a dry roam clear. Not a lot of drones helping out BJL here. They do have one on the main stairs, and it seems like Kool-Aid is going to help out. A C4 downs Kento. Doesn't get the kill, but there's BJL, swoops right on in. And I would say it's a trade, but Kento hasn't died, and I think he should be able to get revived. So would have been a huge play for Revelations if they were able to take out the hard breach, but it seems like Kento is going to get revived. And a big play by Mike W is completely undone, but now time is starting to become a big thing for Forsaken. They haven't really gotten a lot of these walls, and it's just going to be a massive push into Mez.
Great impact, though, by Kiru to deal with the util there, and he's still alive. 2 players have died on his main stairs. He is holding firm here. He's going to be able to back up from this nade and set up again. 3 Kiba barriers to his name. If he can just stay alive on this cross, he could win the game, or rather in the round for his team. And you can see that Forsaken are going to chalk it. They're going to go for breach. They're going to cut their losses. They want to just try and hop in, but there's a Kiba here, so their approach is going to be known. Asian tucked in this corner as well. I don't know if this is the play I would make
to win that,
especially when I have a C4 in my hand, but I guess it's the only play he could have made in that spot. But it's all crumbled around Revelations. Hat gets 2, and Forsaken get through this take. They just completely rotate off. What a bold call, but it works out. And the defense is not a free win as it suggests. Forsaken, 5-2.
I Asian, that is such a powerful position. Because not only are you going to force essentially a trade within the dwindling seconds of the round, I think it was 12 remaining on the clock, and he could have single-handedly won the round either by staying in the corner or getting a kill onto that breach. Instead, he does neither. He dies early on and leaves space open for Forsaken to take it. It's kind of crazy that Revelations give all that up in the span of about 30 seconds when it seemed like Forsaken were kind of bashing their head in against wall. Everybody was pushing ups. An insanely late rotate on over to the breach that you probably would expect to get you killed, but it doesn't. Forsaken's mistakes, which they are making, are not getting punished by Revelations. On Revelations' own map pick, it's looking pretty dire for this team.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
If BJL is the original Terminator, you've got the liquid metal one on hat right now. I don't know if that's, I forget his name. I really haven't watched Terminator before, by the way. Not that it's important.
I haven't either, don't worry.
It is getting to my point, which is that hat is crazy and has been lifting this team up with plays. I mean, the way that Mike W kind of did, funny enough, on that ops push during the Sens rush, the Sens in the fuse plant, he made a huge play in the exact same hallway, and Hat now doing the same. Recited looking to maybe open up this game here. Revelation's very loose, very aggressive team, like to get in your face and like to let you know about it. Hat might not be the wiser, but Recited will back up. And Forsaken will just look to kind of, I guess, deal with this roam. It seems like that is the big thing with their lineup, the Dokebi and the Jackal being brought, both to hunt these roamers down, which there are probably plenty. Got Recited, though, backing up to site. Revelations aren't going to look to approach this. They just want to waste a little bit of time and get away. But the pick hasn't come their way.
Forsaken take a lot of time. That's just one of their habits as an attacking team, especially on Lair. I think this is probably the biggest map in the entire pool so far, and you want to make sure that with how Recited was playing, with I think it is Mr. B who's the only player who's a little bit offside. They're just being pretty clinical with their clears. They have the Jackal as well. That will confirm that Crew is inside of the site, and now they can do their job of getting open these hatches, potentially getting some vert with the breaching charges that Gasher has in his back pocket. They're all in sight, buddy. You got a minute 10 left to confirm that, and now actually work with the time you have remaining, of which you probably wasted a bit too much clearing out that first and second floor.
It's also not a lot of util, though, for Revelations to stall out Forsaken. They only have a C4. It's not like they have smokes and Goyos and even a Tachanka on the board. So, technically speaking, Forsaken can kind of just walk through here. Recited goes down as well, so that'll make it 10 times easier. There is a Legion and some traps that they need to worry about. But if they can deal with that in these next 30 seconds, they can probably just find their way through, especially with that pick. Hasn't come their way just yet, though. They're simply waiting out to see if another one peeks its head. And that's Asian inside of Toxin going down. Hiru now stands between Forsaken and the site. Very big play on his hands. The Malusi gonna catch out Kool-Aid. Mr. B will get him, but Gasher will trade. It's all good for Forsaken, but again, they need to make progress. Hat's blinded. Gasher as well goes down. They've lost the round seemingly as Mike W activates, and BJL is too far away to do anything about it. Revelations will be back into this game. Forsaken had such a good push going. I'm not sure if that flash blinded two people or just one, but regardless, it was deadly, and Rev will win the round off of it.
Is this just going to be the trend today? Super easily winnable rounds. Our team gets an early advantage, and then they lose it all in the span of about 15 seconds? Because we saw a lot of that on Revelations, but this is the first time that Forsaken has really not capitalized on a huge moment like that. I think
by attackers.
with the dwindling time remaining and the fact that they were seemingly snowballing these kills, they got really hungry and therefore separated against each other, so that allowed Mr. B to collect on one, pivot to the other side of the room, collect on another. A mistake that Forsaken always have is they're always just a step too late in actually getting each other's refrag. And not only does that hurt you in the fact that you're not really going to be there for the refrag, but also it allows the opponent to potentially string together a lot of kills because they only have to worry about one player 2 seconds later, another player to their right. It's a common thing with Forsaken that clearly they haven't really worked on since we casted them against Core.
Both these teams are very confident that they are, you know, like the most prepared, the best gunfight, you know. And it kind of just goes to show, like, we're talking about the micro stuff here. Like, this game is still kind of that close, even though it hasn't really been on the scoreboard. Revelations, though, that's just not a team you count out in any circumstance. You have so much of an ability to come back on this team on Revelations, just because you have Mr. B constantly being able to shot call your team kind of back into shape. Forsaken, kind of a little bit looser in the comms. I know Gasher's been kind of talking to me about that. Just wanted to be looser and not, like, you know, be overbearing, especially when you have so much experience around you that can kind of work in that way. Like, Siege is a game now that isn't led by one individual. It's all 5 of you trying to work together. And Revelations, I think they still have that potential, and that could, you know, especially bring them back if they're able to constantly find picks on defense. But Forsaken, all it takes is for them making that mistake for, you know, to kind of give it to Rev.
Yeah, but I think there's times you need to be tight. You need to be clinical, comms in every situation. And last round, I think is a really good example of that. It works when you have that 5v2 and you have time, but when everything is so precise and your positioning really matters, you do need to be tight. This round, once again, seemingly going at a bit of a snail's pace, as Forsaken usually do with their attack. The skeleton he goes out. They force a bit of a rotate from Mr. B, and BJL could single-handedly change the round, but because Mr. B is worried about the floor, that's where Kool-Aid steps in, shuts down the 3 smoke canisters in pocket, and now in terms of denial, there's 2 Goyo canisters, I believe. We haven't seen the other 2 pops. We don't know for sure. And the Yokai's in Mike W's pocket. But Forsaken, well, they might have taken a lot of time to get here. They're seemingly working well with the time they have remaining.
A lot of util to play that late game as long as they can stay alive for now, especially without their smoke being able to stall them out. Forsaken are getting a move on here. You can see Hat pushing through that gallery side, and I think Mike W is going to be the man to try and challenge that. Gasher now trying to bring Case towards site, trying to reconcile the rest of Forsaken. Very important fight here. Mike W chooses to chill, knows his place in this round, but Gasher getting recited. That play, it might have to come. Revelations might have to find an equalizer. Nade will force Mike W back, but with 15 seconds left, Gasher's going to try and get in with that bomb. Kento takes care of Asian, so Mike W, he might be the only saving grace in this round. He wins the fight against Hat, and Kiru now trying to stay alive, but being completely blinded from below. Gasher loses the fight, though, and he drops the diffuser, and Revelations will get the round again. I don't know how they keep finding themselves in this.
Am I going insane? Like, what is happening to these 2 teams? You have an advantage. Use your advantage. Why do we keep throwing bodies and throwing players? I think we're on like 4-5 rounds where a team has had an advantage going into the last 30 seconds and they've lost. What's the point of analyzing who's doing what when they're just gonna throw it away at the last 9 seconds? Come on! This is the top of T2. I said it, you have one BO3, this BO3, and the next, and you are in Pro League, Adam. You are at the top of Siege. This does not look like teams that belong at the top of Siege with the way they just cannot hold on to these man count advantages.
Man.
10 seconds remaining.
All Gasher had to do was maybe just not swing that.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, realistically, the Echo was still up.
But Echo was so worried about the fight on the window for
And
like
they knew
30
exactly-
seconds.
They knew where he was. They could have at least tried to have got the plant down
Where's
and
the
then
plant? Something.
and then kind of worry about the Echo in that case. But whatever it was, their head was on a swivel. Gasher swung that, and here we are, 4-5. Suddenly, that comeback that seemed so far away is just a round away. All Revelations need is this tertiary defense, and the way to get it done is get aggressive, right? Get this pick early. Mr. B is going to be looking for that, maybe as a distraction, maybe just wasting time, whatever it may be. He's doing the right thing here. Try and lure try and lure that pick into their favor. So far, 45 seconds have gone by, and that pick hasn't really been spotted yet.
They droned out a couple of players inside of Ops. At least pushed them back with a threat of information. Now Kool-Aid over by our 6 room. He could make a dent with that torch into the reinforced wall. And yeah, you see there, I think one is in the hallway, one just walked into the hallway, and one is in server itself. Mr. B is the first one to get a kill, but Forsaken could actually work a lot with this. A trade is there, and it's still Revelations in the man count lead.
Rev aren't backing up. They're still taking fights here, and they dropped BJL on the green stairs. It's a 4 versus 2. Forsaken have lost their team. They might have gotten map control of the top floor, but they will immediately lose it as Rev retake it. Hat trying to get himself back into this round, but it's Mr. B with a triple. Revelations have equalized this game, and that top floor take just gets completely torn apart. It barely even works. Revelations, all they needed to do is just walk right back up the stairs, catch Forsaken out as they drop the site. And this defense is scary, man. Forsaken not being able to cobble up an attack once more as they did at the beginning of this half.
Yeah, there really wasn't an imminent threat that Revelations really had to deal with. The only one was the Maverick torch into the server wall, of which, yeah, that did cause a bit of chaos, but the players in the hallways weren't exactly threatened, and that is where the real meat of that top floor was. It's why we saw a lot of engagements happen within the players in our 6 room and within the players in the hallway, but it's just a flat push. When you're only going to threaten your opponent from a singular angle, everybody can focus on the one angle that you're coming from, and your attack is just going to be ripped apart by Recited, Mike W, Mr. B. We said it, they're all gunning. You're not going to be able to rely on simply taking these 50-50 gunfights and hoping you come out on top, because both Revelations and Forsaken have done that in the later part of the rounds, and it's cost them the entire round.
See just how late these rounds have been going. It's not surprising just to see the sheer amount of utility that continues to be brought. This is one of those maps, Lair, where you really just got to fight over every piece of control. The map is so large, so you need to cover a wide space, and you need to waste as much time as you can covering that wide space. Mira is on the board, but isn't being brought by either of these teams, which is a somewhat popular operator on this site. Can kind of place the Mira inside of labs and force out this lockers position, or maybe even place, I think, inside of toxins where some other people put it, or inside of, I don't know. There's a lot of places you can do it. It's still kind of an evolving strat, but Revelations aren't really too concerned with their site anchor. They're more concerned with holding that top floor and holding that extension.
Yep. What we saw Forsaken do, 4-man hold on the first floor, singular player inside of the site. They might have one more of Mr. B and Mike W holding it down. We'll see how Forsaken do within those earlier stages of the round, because they have taken a lot of time to get where they need to, and then the round is thrown into question about whether or not they can actually click in that second phase of the round, of which they've taken a lot of time. It comes to hurt them if they struggle a bit with clearing out those roamers. Mute Jammer's gonna deny drones. Hento wondering where he is, if he can spot any potential players who have dashed up in the first floor. He's doing exactly that, but so far haven't encountered anybody because there is nobody there. Minute gone by, and Forsaken have to now worry about that first floor. Engagement could happen. Kool-Aid through the wall. Wow. Could collect on the second. He through the wall. All right, man. This is where we're at.
Well, That's how you deal with two roamers. Kiru and Asian, man, those scorelines do not lie. They are telling the full story, I think, in that roam. But two dead, Forsaken. They've been in this position before and have lost it. Recited gonna be the man to try and swing Revelations back into this round. If he can find another pick and then drop, that'll be successful! Does just that, but doesn't drop. He wants more. The double kill. Both Hat and Kool-Aid, arguably your top players on Forsaken, now gone. And Revelations back into this round. Just when you think you can count them out, they swing it back into their favor.
This feels like we're playing TDM, Adam. We're just swinging everything. Two players are gonna swing Kool-Aid. Two players are gonna swing Recited. This is not what you need to win fights. It's just not actual good siege that is going to help you, not only in the NAL, but to help you get rid of these roamers. And now you're left with Hard Breach and two smoke canisters. The Jackal track, maybe you should be able to push a player back, but B still has 3 smoke canisters left in his pocket. And if you can figure out where this push is coming from with the F-Nots, the Goyu canisters, I think you just might toss this one in the air and say it's done.
Asher, though, distracting with the audio from the ace charges, but that Finder in Mind will immediately pinpoint his location to defense. Forsaken gonna have to run through the mines and the fire. Kento does just that. Gasher as well will bring the diffuser, but he is so low. Recited there. I mean, they haven't even spotted Mike W in the corner. Forsaken just wastes time. Time and time again. The clock is what wears them down. And Mike W, all he has to do is just shoot 2 people that aren't even looking at him. Forsaken. They're just burning up, literally and figuratively, as they run into F-Nots and Goyu canisters alike. Is now 6-5. Revelations, the comeback is now theirs. All they need is one more round, and Lair will also be theirs.
They're not even using the time the best. They're using it to shut down the roam and then not worrying about what's actually in the site, because what's in the site is really killing them. The F-Nots, the Goyu canisters, and the smokes, all of them made it so that it was basically impossible to get into the, and impossible for Revelations to toss the lead that they had, which still, I'm kind of shocked that we're even here in the first place. So far, it hasn't been that Revelations have had amazing defenses, is that Forsaken are really struggling on their attack going up against this defense. And it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't seem like it's what Revelations is offering. It's more that the basics of this attack are struggling to get off the launch pad.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
There's one thing that Mr. B said whenever I asked him about this game, and he said that he doesn't think this game is going to be as big of a deal as everyone thinks it is. He thinks this game is going to just be easy. Thinks that he thinks that Forsaken basically don't really hold up to the standard that we expect them to be at. And right now, I mean, it's proving us right. I feel like he's tearing Forsaken apart just by using util. I mean, it really doesn't feel like there's like a strategic like diff. I just think that Forsaken are wasting so much time, and Revelations are kind of just playing into that. Now, Revelations pretty much believing that Forsaken is extremely one-dimensional. I think that is kind of just the case. Forsaken have been walking in. I mean, we saw it in the way that they failed to deal with Recited. Didn't really have a lot of depth to their push. Just walked into them, walked into those 2 defenders, or walked into Recited on that hatch and just gave them 2 picks. It's just an example, but especially the time management. Forsaken have taken so much time on this clear, and with the layers that Revelations are bringing on this defense, it might be the same.
I'm gonna keep my eye on a potential server bathroom push for Forsaken, because that's a way you can really layer this attack. You have one pushing in from the breach, a couple are gonna push in through ops, and then the bathroom, so that you do have to worry as the defense about every single potential angle. Asian, you are not the guy to peek those. You're 2-11. Let the F-Nots do their thing and be the site pressure that all you really need is a gun is great, but just the threat of a gun is potentially even better with how Forsaken have been struggling. I like the Brava choice. Gonna be able to get a BP. Yokai's would be lovely, but clearly spotting it. Mike W's holding on to it to the later round, knowing that Forsaken are gonna take their time, and those Yokai Sonic Blasts are gonna be so valuable.
Forsaken are not strangers to this push. They've encountered, or this defense rather, they've encountered the exact same thing. Last time around, it was their stall that kind of killed them here. Wondering if it's going to... I wonder if what the adaptation is going to be. With 37 seconds left, Capitao might be the answer. Trying to force Mr. B out of this position, but he still has that rotate to work with. Shuts down Gasher as well. Beautiful shot from IGL to IGL. Kento to spot out Kiru as well. Might have a double kill, but it's Asian to win that swing. Kool-Aid at the very least getting the trade. Man advantage in the favor of Forsaken, but once again, it's the time. The clock could win out here, but Mr. B in a 1 versus 2. Has 2 smoke canisters to work with, but he needs to worry about his life. BJL swinging that rotate, manages to win it, and Revelations gets sent to overtime. Forsaken, do not let the clock wear them out. The util, it's not there for Revelations. It's not there to stall out Forsaken, and it'll be OT. Rev will get the defense again, though.
No, I was worried because it seemed like when it came to that bathroom push that they might not have the bodies required to make that push multi-dimensional, but you kind of said it. The util and the lack thereof really did kill Revelations. The fact that Mr. B died, I think it was Mr. B, with 2 smoke canisters left in his pocket really says it all. This is once again a gun heavy map. Maybe it'll be a gun heavy matchup throughout the entire thing. We'll have to see. The next map going to be Clubhouse. The third map going to be Bank. And I would expect a little bit of that. And so far, you've seen the replays. The big kills by some of these players. Mr. B, he's trying his best. He is really showing up in the kill department. 10 to his name. Is it going to be enough to tip this team over the edge as they head to bunks? Something they've done a singular time before on round 10.
Very interesting. Obviously, choosing to forego that top floor site just with how it went last time. And it's pretty much just very forward thinking out of Revelations. Makes a lot of sense. They know how important that time is. I think if Rev can continue to drag the clock through these roams, through these offsite pressures, it'll help a lot. You'll notice the Ying being brought by Forsaken. Wondering where that's going to be utilized. No smoke grenades on Forsaken, so a fast site take might not be the play, although you also have the sledge, so it could just be Forsaken choosing to walk through a castle barricade, ying it, or just take these heads up fights. Man, Mr. B is on one today. 11 kills to his name. Playing on this top floor, smokes hat as he tries to push through. And Forsaken already down on man count. You really got to question what they're doing here. Mr. B gets another. Hero with the flank up main, shuts down BJL. There is 1 dead for Revelations, but it's only 1 dead, and it's recited. But Rev in a 4 versus 2.
What is helping Hat on that push? Other than the fact that he has a potential refrag behind him, what is going to help him win that gunfight? Wasn't information, wasn't utility, it was nothing. It was just peeking Mr. B, who has said time and time again that he's willing to win and take and win these fights, and then just a prayer. And there's a reason that Forsaken have taken entry death after entry death after entry death to Mr. B himself. He has had 3 entries in the last 4 rounds. And now it seems like Gasher might be the next one to bite the dust. It is... And Kento dies in Revelations. They're able to win a bunks defense. So even if they lose the next one, they get to go to a clear preference for their site.
Likely will be that basement, but for Forsaken now it's their choice as they switch over to the defense, and a lot of question marks now for them. They had a lot of strengths on the defense, but just losing this many rounds now in a row, you might start to kind of question how you're playing as a team, but it seems like with Forsaken, just going to go back to doing pretty much the same thing, playing around that clash, going on the top floor site, playing pressure with those hallways, kind of just playing around those tight corners and swinging them with that clash or with whatever you honestly can. Usually it's just Hat to run around and just try and tap heads as it's a middle floor site. I thought it was going to be top floor just based off that setup, but Gonna have the Clash still on the board. Not sure if they're gonna position him upstairs like they have been or downstairs. We also have the Sense being brought by Revelations. No Ying, but the Blitz and the Dokkaebi. I mean, it's a pretty clear sign what you want to do here if you're Revelations. Go for the quick execute. Curiously, Mr. B is actually the one on Sens, and Recited is the one on Blitz, even though B has been playing Shields all attack. And a Glaz being maybe brought by Kiru will switch up. They're completely switching up their defense or their attack as well. And this is a really interesting lineup. I'm not gonna lie. Where's that plan gonna come from?
Huh.
With the Raura, I mean, maybe
The
you'd figure
Raura,
that they,
yeah. That's the one thing that I gotta see where this is going, because usually with the prior lineup they had, it was like, okay, they're gonna do the same thing they did, which is push in a kind of a rush through bunks. But the Warden's there.
Get through gallery window.
It doesn't work on windows, buddy. Okay, they're not clearly going for the window. They're shutting down the display. Kento is ready. I think he might be a one-man army. Him and Haddon. Yeah, so far Forsaken are clearly ready for this.
I think the Raura was trying to be used for a gallery rush. I think that was the move. They wanted to close off the gallery door and swing in through that window. Not sure if it worked out or not, but regardless, they're inside, and that's what matters. But they are 3. They need to try and storm through and get a pick here, but it's not working out. Yeah, there's the Raura. It's on the gallery door. It'll be opened up, and there's a shotgun waiting nearby. Hero will eat it, and it is a 3 versus 2, though. You have Hat down on the other side of the map. Will get recovered. This is Mike W and Recited's best chance at a pick, but they have the Clash to worry about. Kool-Aid loses that fight, though. Mike W is insane for winning that. 3 versus 2. Suddenly, you might be a little bit afraid here if you're Forsaken. Forced to back up now as Revelations. They'll make their way on the other side of the map and try and break through somewhere else.
Use charge. Yeah, use charges. Spotted the Solus and the Roar, the smoke. There's a lot for Revelations to work with. A huge pick happening here. Was going to say you might be able to get that revive, but so far, not going to happen. Forsaken force max overtime. You and I hit 42 out of 45 rounds on Sunday of last week. Is the world telling us we're going to go to all 45 today?
My parents are driving up to my college campus today, and I'd like to see them. Otherwise, they're going to have to listen to me cast for a long time, which I think is going to be the case. I mean, I'm used to these games at this point. I think that this is one of those games where I definitely anticipated it being this close, but I'm more surprised at the fact that Lair has been this close. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be. If you remember back in the, I think it was, yeah, well, I mean, it would have been a group stage. Forsaken, they played Lair once. It's constantly in their bans, but they played Lair once, and it was against Karn & Co. They brought it to all 15 rounds and lost. So Forsaken, it's a little bit of redemption, but they're on the attack. They have the disadvantaged side, as it's been shown. Revelations could just as easily close out and shut the door on yet another Lair L for Forsaken. That was the big question mark, was if Forsaken were going to be able to win on a map that is just objectively a map that they're not that experienced on, maybe at all. Or is it going to be, you know, an upset victory? It's going to have to be a massive upset on this round if they want to beat Revelations.
The only anti-roam that Forsaken bring is a 0. No Jackal this time. Kento is going to be on the Twitch. They have the Dokkaebi as well. Obviously, she is a bit of that anti-roam, but they only have 2 phone calls to use. They have to be very selective with how they want to do it. Pushing the first player off of the second floor. There's 3 that they actually have to worry about on the first floor. And what Forsaken did last time they had to push a lot of the roamers on the first floor was they spent so much time on the second and then went to the first, and they had just drained so many seconds off the clock that their actual site push was not that great. And I think the Twitch is going to be used really to make it so that their site push is just going to be a lot better, even if they take a lot of time.
It's a very good point. If you can get rid of those Goyos, it's really the only stall that you have, although you got 2 C4s from Mr. B and Asian, so if they go for a plant, they're going to have to be careful. Yeah, getting rid of all this utility early on, like you said, so you don't have to worry about it. It's a very smart move. And now Forsaken will make their way into Warehouse. Still have a little bit of a roam game to worry about, and we've seen how the Vert has affected both teams in this game. They know how important it is on Lair, so they're going to have to deal with this in some way. Kiru on the yellow stairs, positioned for a really good swing, but Kento and Kui going to double up here. And it'll be Kento to win that fight with that DMR, trying to go for broke here, but it's Asian to win the fight and immediately throw us back into an equal game. And maybe that's the problem. I mean, Forsaken, they shouldn't be going for even here. They need to equalize, and they'll do exactly just that as BJL finds Asian on that flank. Will Rev attempt it again? It seems like not, as they've fallen back down to the site.
Taking care of at least one Goyo canister. You have the Argus cameras as well you could use through the floor to either get information or zap even more Goyo canisters. It seems like Forsaken, I think they're going to use their time wisely, still going to push up. And like I said, BJL putting them all on the floor, trying to get any bit of information that they can. A huge play from Mike W. He goes down and dies, and that could be the round. It's up to Recited and Mr. B, the two kings of Lair so far, and they're going to have to weather a massive storm in the next 25 seconds.
It'd either be a crazy round win for Revelations or just a crazy map win for Forsaken, but they're not going down without a fight. Mr. B still fighting hard. Recited finds BJL. They're still in this round, and they might just walk away with Lair. Forsaken thought they had it, but they did not. Recited shuts him down with a triple kill. He has been a magician all game long, and he will bring Revelations across the finish line here on Lair. Forsaken almost had it, but history repeats itself. Lair will fall to Forsaken on the dying hour on the 15th round.
It feels almost scripted with what we saw in that game, that of course it's going to end on a choked man count advantage. The massive mistakes that Forsaken made late into the rounds that cost them 2 to 3, cost them the entire map, Adam. They lose Lair by a hair and have got to be kicking themselves going into their own map pick of Clubhouse.
Good appetizer. Let's go to Clubhouse after this break. We'll be back very shortly.
This was as insane as we could have possibly imagined, all the way to round 15 max OT, and this is just map 1. Cutthroat upper bracket final here to kick things off, and Revelations. I mean, Adam, this was a back and forth contest from the jump, multiple turning points, and Revelations with a 3K from Recited are able to pull it out and close it out in the end.
Yeah, absolute heroics from a lot of players in this game. I think that Recited was obviously the big one towards the end, but everyone was having their moment. Everyone had their piece to say in this game. And whenever you have all 15 rounds, I mean, you better hope that everyone can show up big. It's an absolute barn burner of a first map. The fact that they let Lair get that close was very interesting, but Forsaken, man, they managed to put up a fight, but just couldn't really finish when it mattered.
That's gonna haunt them throughout the entire series. Is 3 to 4 rounds where it all crumbled in their hands in the last 20 seconds. Even with Asian dying in, I think, every single round except one. Recited and Mr. B were just the two to rely on. It's Mr. B's ballroom, and we're all just dancing in it. And now he gets to go on to Clubhouse. This is a map that they played up against M80X. It's not their pick, and it's not their preference, but I'm still feeling like they've got a lot of good momentum here.
The momentum has got to be a factor, Adam, obviously, because Revelations just took a huge blow when Forsaken just could not close it out, as you mentioned. Round 7 stood out to me because it was a round that it seemed like Forsaken had finally gotten into a good rhythm. They pivoted last second on the attack. They rotated around, and in a moment where it looked like they weren't going to win a round, they secured it anyway. But then immediately, the 2 rounds after that, it was Revelations who came back, recovered, and took 2 rather confident rounds. Even before we got to OT, this was back and forth. Was there a turning point on Lair that stood out to you that said, you know what, this is the reason that Revelations might go ahead and take this?
I think once they started to collapse under that flanking playstyle of Revelations and realizing that Rev were just going to run around and really just not really care about their lives, I think it started to trip up Forsaken. Because Forsaken are usually a team that win by running other teams down, right? Like just running them over, either with Hat, like having a phenomenal performance, just trucking through players, or anyone on that team really for the matter. And I think when they realized that Revelations could do that, not only that, but more, and could also just like have those heroic plays, they started to really crumble under the pressure. They started being very afraid of everything, and it didn't really feel like they were playing like themselves at some point.
Well, Forsaken, they opted to go to Clubhouse, and it will need to be where they make their stand. Otherwise, it is to the lower bracket they go. Adam, V, it's all you.
Oh man, I mean, just the absolute wars that we've been having to cast so far. This is no different at this point. We're back for Clubhouse, map number 2. I don't know how many gosh dang rounds we're gonna go through before we have a winner, but I mean, we got all the time in the world. We're still waiting on those lower bracket games to finish anyway, so let's let them have it. Let's let them battle on this stage.
I think it's up to Forsaken. Honestly, like they're the ones who, yeah, there's so many jokes you can make about like, oh, Forsaken just need to finish, guys. They just need to make sure they finish on their rounds, and it sounds so easy because it kind of is. You mentioned they play really loose throughout the entire round, and it might benefit them early on, but clearly time and time again, they need to shapen up within those last 30 seconds, give each other comms, work off of each other's angles with those crossfires, or else they are just going to get fed into the machine that is Mr. B and Recited.
Man, executing is hard sometimes, you know, it's just difficult. And not everyone can do it. So far, Forsaken have shown that they've struggled with it just a little bit. And I think that Revelations will have a field day on Clubhouse if they can just take advantage of Forsaken's stall. But at the same time, we're going on to a different map where the stall isn't as prominent. Lair isn't massive. Or rather, Clubhouse isn't as massive as Lair is. Yeah, a little trip up there. But yeah, Lair is massive. And I think that, you know, on Clubhouse, there's not too much of that space that you have to worry about. They know that Revelations are going to play a flank-heavy style. I feel like it'll come as no surprise that they might be likely to walk upstairs on Club. And I don't think that there's too much that you have to worry about in terms of a roam. Roaming on this map is very, difficult just because of how little space you have to work with. So typically you'll see teams bunker down in this basement site, which I think we'll maybe see out of Revelations unless they decide to get aggressive or hold an aggressive position.
If you watch the M80 Revelation, this is kind of where we saw a lot of the strengths and weaknesses of both of those teams really come into play, especially on Revelation. They get to start on their defense, so we'll see how that attack of Forsaken is very, loosey-goosey, but like you said on Clubhouse, it's going to work a lot better. How that will work with a Ying, a Capitao, and an Oath. It's kind of telling me that maybe they want to push through dirt, have a hatch shop of either the Moto or Kitchen hatch, and then you could as a way to potentially get that plant down. 3 C4s on the board, no impact of any kind. It might be pretty easy if Forsaken can find the space to do exactly that.
See, we're sighted playing on this top stairs position. Asian in tow. They're going to look for this double swing. This is very common on Clubhouse, kind of just playing staircases, wasting time. Recited will choose to go up, and Asian likely will choose to stay in the middle and eventually rotate down. So have Mike W sitting in the corner inside a gym. Very curious to his position or if it's been spotted out. They know Recited is there, and Recited will get tagged up. So even if he's forced back downstairs, he might run into a crossfire, but no crossfire established just yet. Forsaken haven't taken that top floor. There is simply no way they know about Mike W. I think that Mike W is so hidden right now and likely has Kento in his crosshairs. He gets rid of BJL, so they're finally aware of his position, but he has a hatch to drop. Will still look to make this play happen. Might even try and look for the pick outside. But there's still a player on Jacuzzi he needs to worry about.
Even if he goes for the hatch, he's going to get caught out. You play your life here, I think. Why not? Yeah. Waste some time.
On that window too.
There's no actual push from Forsaken. It's 10 seconds. They're going to throw a Candela in. It's going to get caught because Kool-Aid actually kept it. It's coming. There it is. So much time was wasted. A Candela as well. That's really good for Mike W. 1:15 seconds to work the rest of that first floor. And clearly, Forsaken have been thrown off just a little bit. Now, they have the util to deal with these Kiva barriers and these mirror windows, but they're going to throw a frag in to nobody. And that worries me because they really do need these frag grenades to deal with the utility that Revelations have with the dwindling time. It's going to be yet another funnel push from this attacking team.
Trying to look for a pick through the C4. Out it goes, and it's missed by Hat. Not able to shoot the C4, and Kiru will blow him up. Another C4 used by Mr. B. It doesn't net him the kill, but the resulting vert that's made does. As Gasher falls next, they get 2 for the price of 2 on those C4s. And with 30 seconds left, Forsaken have to make a move. They are down. They are not 4. They are 2 in a 2v4. They have the util to maybe go for the execute at the very least. Scott Candela's got smoke grenades to work with as well. Candela gets shot, though. There's not a lot going for Forsaken here. Not a single pick being found their way. Kento looks away at the wrong time as Mr. B gets away with an easy swing. Mr. B has been lighting up the scoreboard. He has been having an absolutely insane game so far. And a double kill on this round. Seems like we got no different. The same B is with us, and Revelations take round 1.
It's honestly not too shocking that Revelations are going to be able to win a basement clubhouse, a site that you need to hit all of your marks to actually execute on. Because most of the time when you attack this site, you're not going to get a massive advantage. The angles that are made by the floor holes usually aren't in the best of positions, so the defense still can play in these power areas, potentially behind a triple wall as well. And when you don't use utility on top of that to clear out the bandit batteries, mirror windows, open the triple wall, of course Revelations are going to win that round. It is the easiest thing for them in the world because all they have to worry about are some of the vert and those main stairs doorway. Forsaken really didn't attempt to do anything beyond clear Mike W, of which took a lot of time. And it seems like the same old Forsaken is still here, still over-reliant on their guns to get the job done.
It's just like
5 seconds left before
you'd figure that Forsaken would have kind of an equal level of coordination, just given what you see at face value. I mean, the fact that Forsaken, I mean, up until this point, this game is very even, but it still feels like Revelations just have that, you know, edge just a tiny bit over Forsaken because their teamwork is just that little bit better. Forsaken are playing very split. They're losing bodies on opposite, you know, corners of the map, and it doesn't really feel like Revelations are sacrificing much to make these plays happen. Sometimes it's just a simple swing or a C4 away from a free pick for Revelations. Forsaken are seriously, you know, just like you said, kind of just taking gunfights wherever they can, when Revelations can shoot back just as well.
It's just like, guys, I have an idea. Let's walk at the opponent. And then they do that in a round, and then in another round, and then in another round. Kool-Aid wins the fight. Recited probably pushing an angle. Was that a BP being watched? And Recited still loses it. That's a rough one, but Forsaken get the entry. They're going to pivot from there. The con wall is going to, cash wall is going to be opened as well. Good time remaining on the clock, and they've cleared out a pivotal amount of map control. Now they have to focus on getting that hot tub wall open, clearing any of the utility out, like the mute jammers, the Goyo canisters, and of course that Damo, who's going to be a massive threat. So far, not playing underneath like you might expect a Damos to do, but it is a bit difficult on this site.
Amos also has a shotgun, so that might be the reason why he's looking to take these horizontal fights. BJL, it's taken down. I think maybe trying to open a castle barricade, or maybe just on highway, rather close to that window. So it seems like maybe either of those could have happened, and he loses his life. Hat will fill his position. Has 2 grenades, could very easily do what BJL does. Again, that shotgun out of Hat means he's going to have to use that pistol for range. Time is running low for Forsaken. They're going to have to make this push again, and like we've been seeing, that's kind of a problem. It's wasted a lot of time here for Rev, and they get a pick as well. It's a 4 versus 3, turns into a 4 versus 2. Those kills come through the window. Asian getting one, I think, inside of sight. Same with Mr. B, and he's able to rotate away in the chaos. Kento is completely fired off. Hat is executing at the same time. Again, this disjointedness, the utility is cutting off this play. Asian takes care of Kento. It's just an easy round for Rev as they back up into their util. They play it smart and they play it safe.
At this point in the game, what is Forsaken expecting to happen when they do these things? They have 3 players on the highway window. They're clearly failing to connect on anything. Hot tub wall isn't open. The castle barricade isn't even open by the frag grenade. They're doing the same thing, and it feels like they're expecting different results somehow. That Revelations, despite the first map and despite what we've seen in Clubhouse so far, that they'll peak like Recited did in Cash and CCTV, that he'll do something like that so that Forsaken can work off of that and get a map control. Them that, like, no. Revelations are smarter than that. Mr. B is smarter than that. They know that all they really have to do is play behind these deployable shields, black mirrors, use those C4s, and just wait. And Forsaken honestly do the job for Revelations.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
Popping that Mira inside of the rafters while looking, well, it was looking into rafters from CC, but now it is just a 2-way. Kind of looking to exploit maybe a lack in hard breach utility. The striker not bringing hard breach, instead it's just Kool-Aid and Gasher, so 4 pieces of hard breach utility. If they take rafters control, they need to at least have 1. You're going to use one, I'm assuming you're going to use a can opener on the garage wall, thermite charges towards the CC wall. What you're looking for here is a bandit trick. If you can get rid of one of those thermite charges, they're going to have to preserve their hard breach if they take rafters control. And if they don't, they're going to have to hop rafters window. And if they do, they're just going to get cut down. So 4D chess. Not really. It's just kind of a thing that Mr. B does. Trying to exploit that sort of lack of hard breach that typically gets brought on Clubhouse. Sometimes you only see 2 hard breachers. Maverick's not even banned and he's not being brought. Forsaken. They're looking for map control here. Hat has taken map control, but at the cost of info, because his location is known. Mr. B, though, not aware of the vert as he'll go down. Thankfully, you have Recited on the dock, and it doesn't seem like Mr. B's position is being threatened, but Recited will lose his life in attempt to res Mr. B, and it'll be Forsaken to walk away with the first pick.
He was definitely aware of the vert simply because the yokai had actually spotted, so I think he was actually trying to fight Hat down below, but I'm gonna say Revelations, it feels like they're getting a little cocky with how they play. I've said you don't need to take these angles on Forsaken, force them to make the changes they need to get rid of the utility, etc., etc. And because Mr. B has to be revived by Recited, that costs you the Rafters player. Now, here's where that hard breach that you mentioned, you need to open something. The mirror window is popped, so there is a hole made, not big enough to actually hop through. About a minute left. It seems that most of Forsaken have coalesced around the lounge area, the CC wall, and rafters. Is there going to be another element in there, or are all of Revelation simply going, wait, the wall's open? I think they're going to try for a default plan with that.
Well, they're just waiting for that final second to kind of hit, and then they can spring into action. Revelation's just trying to stall as much time as possible, but this time around, Forsaken aren't going to let that happen. Gasher's getting smoked out, though. He has to bail on this plant. Rev are now going for the bottom floor take. They won't spot out Hat inside his stock. Playing that late, he could get another kill and completely win this round for Revelations, or rather for Forsaken, as Rev are still trying to make this play down below. Mike W is on the Echo. He could win the round in so many different ways. The swing is going to be his option, though, and he claims Hat. No vert on that plant. Gasser now going to go in. Man advantage in the favor of Forsaken, but it won't matter if the util hits. Plant's going down. Mike W gets double swung. The Echo drones won't stop the plant. It'll be Mr. B to walk through instead, but he doesn't win the fight. Kiru gets two. It's a one-on-one. Nearly tears the head off of Gasser. Needs to find him again, but Gasser has fallen off. Kiru not going to go for this. Now going to stick, waiting for Gasser to make his move. He's halfway through it, but he doesn't have it. Gasser just repels, plays it calmly, and Revelations will go down on their first round. Finally, Forsaken will secure an attack.
Ooh, lot of moving parts in that scenario. I wanted to see what yokais were available, and unfortunately, like, something about the UI, it doesn't let us see what yokais are available and whether or not it was possible that he could have stopped the plant, because there was about a millisecond or two from when Mr. B actually pushes up to Gasher versus when he gets the kill. Diffuser goes down, and suddenly the entire round is changing. I don't know how he doesn't get that kill. Technically, if he gets that kill, Revelations win the round. Like I said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of mistakes, a lot of bold plays by individuals. But one thing we've seen within the last map and in Clubhouse so far, this is going to be very messy. There's going to be a lot of hero plays and slight mispositionings that could really get you out of dodge or really kill the entire round for your team.
5 seconds left.
It's just coming down to that last second. Really, just that's all that matters at this point. It feels like the first 2 minutes of the round are all just a precursor to that execute. These rounds have not been ending early. They have been ending late almost every single time. Just a lot of util for Revelations, or for Forsaken to go through. And I think that they did it effectively that time. Still trying to force their hand, still really trying to, play that map control. And I think that's the one thing that they had going against them on Lair, was just very one-way, very one-dimensional, taking it from an angle of approach that's the most obvious, instead of trying to make big plays like on that last round where Forsaken double swung the lounge guy, making sure that Mike W couldn't win the round for his team. It's a layer that they just added on to their attack that ended up basically winning their attack for them, completely thwarting the Mike W play, whether it was going to be through the Echo drones or just through the play down below.
Hat being pretty sneaky here. I don't think he's been caught out, and with how Revelations are playing this roam, be a huge difference maker. The drone is going forward. Kiru spots a player, doesn't get the kill, eventually will connect, but it's only a trade onto Asian, and now he has to win the fight, which he does. and gets away into the site with over half his HP remaining. Like I said, hero plays can really be the difference maker, and now Forsaken, without the IQ and without the Jackal to really spot players in the late round, and Kool-Aid taking a lot of damage, a 3v3 halfway through the round.
Kiro was dead to rights there and still going. I mean,
what is happening?
Triple kill onto Kool-Aid. The trade goes in the favor of Revelations, and it continues to, but Gasser's inside the site. So Revelations have traded man count for site. Now what Gasser's trying to do is maybe try and find a pick as Revelations are rotating back down into him, because he knows that he has to win this fight. Gets one onto Mr. B, but it's Mike W and Kiru to immediately shut him down. EJL is gooed off inside of main, not helping Gasser here. All alone, and Mike W, once again, a double kill out of Mike W, triple kill out of Kiru. Insane round from the two, and Revelations will bounce right back.
Close enough. Welcome back, Lair, round 1. How we're just throwing each other at the enemy. The fact that Kira goes back into the site, they have the player inside of stock information, and Kira just says, all right, I'm gonna go take that fight. That is such an insane thing to do, and to connect as well. Like that is what Forsaken envision when they walk at a guy, is like, oh, he has no idea. I'm gonna completely get rid of this player. It's honestly, like, it's right here. The kill onto Kool-Aid, who had previously gotten a kill exactly inside of stock. So, hey, if it gets you a round win, that's really all that matters. Just make sure you don't fall into those habits of what we saw in round 4.
Forsaken gonna have to go through the gauntlet once again. They made a very successful cash clear last time around, but were once again forced off the site, picked off by Revelations on key positions. That metal balcony position in particular was where Revelations were kind of just farming Forsaken. It seems like for Forsaken, they're going to need an adaptation there. Again, cash clear went very well, but what I'm mainly worried about is the other pieces of utility that we're kind of just ignoring. I mean, last time around, like we said, Jacuzzi Wall failed to get open. They didn't even account for the gold shield that basically just lost them that any chance of winning a 4 versus 2. It's the little things at the end of the day. Forsaken can take all the map control they want towards cash, but if they can't focus that site util, they're going to drown in it.
Yeah, it's never been about the roam. The roams, while they may take a bit of time, that's just what Forsaken does. It's always been the site util, the Goyos available, the C4s. Those are really what undoes Forsaken. And Recited, he takes the peak with that BP. He lost it in the previous round up against Kool-Aid, so at least you're able to get a trade. And then now cash is clear. I think this is going to be still pretty early for what you really want, but you take out the A, so now a couple of these walls are going to stay closed with only 2 of those thermite charges available. One going to be used on that cash wall, and you would expect the other one to be used on the hot to ball. And if they don't get the hot to ball open, I don't expect good things, because that's exactly what happened in the previous round.
Kenso's the only Ash charge left, and it's the only way to actually open the gym door, which I'm assuming is castled. And if they don't do that, Kiru could just get away with this bandit trick for free. They might not be able to open that Jacuzzi wall. Kento goes down as well to Mr. B. 7-1 on this guy.
I mean, insane game. What?
We're letting the Britbong frag you out in 2025. What are we doing here? This is an absolute clinic out of Mr. B. The man has never aged a day in his playstyle. He has only gotten better with the teams that he plays on. Now turning this band of misfits into a successful team. Bandit trick, it's just as easy as it can be. Again, we didn't open the gym door. The door getting 2 though. Mr. B and Mike somehow finding themselves gone. Asian at the very least cleaning up the mess, thankfully for Revelations, who now equalize.
Now really splitting up Forsaken. BJL and Gash are miles apart from each other. One of them on highway, the other in CC. Gasher, that's just a really awkward fight to take. BJL all alone with the Para. It's a good gun, but I don't think it's the gun you really want in this scenario. Getting scanned all the way to high heaven. Revelations simply play merry-go-round and get yet another round in the back.
It's just very little things that we're ignoring. I mean, Kento, I'm assuming he put the Ash charge there because he wanted to play for a pick and there was a mute jammer on the castle, so he couldn't breach charge it. But that Ash charge could have been used on the gym wall. That could have been used to clear out the bandit and get the jacuzzi wall open. So you're open to that option. But once again, Forsaken are taking a one-dimensional approach every time. Just doing that cash sweep and just hoping for the best. And the best almost came to you, thankfully. Thanks to Hat, but it was Asian who was able to get that remarkable trade that put Revelations back into the swing of things. And they are up 4-1. It has been a brutal attack for Forsaken. Again, getting as far as they have gotten. Forsaken winning every single game that they have played. Now running into Revelations. Can't even clear out their site util. Can't even clear out a bandit trick to win this round. I mean, you're going to struggle if you can't get that done.
Reminder, these teams are playing for Pro League. So, when you see some of these plays, it's like, would this work in Pro League? Would you be able to do what Forsaken are doing in Pro League? And the answer is obviously no. Revelations currently up 4-1. We're able to win map 1 off of a couple choked man count leads given, but they have looked like the better team, I think, in both of these maps. And we'll see if that holds when they go into the attack. That's something that's really going to test them. But getting a 5-1 split feels like a bit of a death blow to Forsaken. They won CCTV previously. It was very, very close, but still, that's the only win that they have in their back pocket. And Revelations have made some changes that are going to have a bit more difficult. Kento is down, and I think it's not going to be confirmed, so should be a revive. And, well, it's not a kill, at least for Forsaken.
It is time being wasted, and as we've seen, that seems like the worst enemy there. Wow. Recited just snapping on the Hat. Mr. B managing to confirm Kento off that hop out from Recited, so they do get the kill. I mean, things are going from bad to worse for Forsaken. This is just a completely different game than what we were used to. You can maybe mask your mistakes on Lair by just going for directs, but on Clubhouse, there's just so much that you can do on defense. So many different plays that you can make. You need to watch out for all of them, and Revelations are showing you why. I mean, they are honestly just playing some really aggressive strategies to try and hinder Forsaken on their sort of clear just by stalling them out, let's say towards that kitchen and like lounge side. That's where the first pick came out of, onto Hat. Bullied though, at the very least, claiming Asian. You're still a long ways away from recovering this round.
I want to believe that Mr. B is knowledgeable enough that he's able to read into his opponents, that he can make the adaptations to cause an even bigger headache for Forsaken. And now they're going to have to push Rafters with 3 Kiba barriers available and almost no util besides the flashbangs. They're going to use one of those Selmas to open up one of the wall. Flashbang goes out. Nobody pushes. You still have so many Kiba barriers to go through. Only have 1 more flashbang available. And you're just walking into a funnel for Kiru. Of course he wins that fight.
30 seconds left, and it seems like Revelations are just going to try and copy that strategy. They're in a 4 versus 2, and they haven't cleared out anything. This entire push is going to go out in flames before they've even hit the site. But Gastro gets mic'd up. He's the man with the diffuser after all, so he's the most important one in this round. If he can at the very least get through, and if BJL can win this oh so important fight against Kiru, the round may just be won, and Kiru loses, but Gasher's smoked out. He needs to make that cross, but he is completely torn apart by Recited. It is a triple kill out of the round for Recited, and Revelations. They are completely putting their knees on Ivy's back. I mean, this is just brutal. It is a 5-1, and Rev have Forsaken in a submission hold.
They never have the utility that they need. Have you noticed that they push Rafters? We've got 2 flashbangs. We need to open a castle barricade on Jim. We're fresh out of explosives. Everything is used to eliminate what feels like secondary positions and secondary utility, and is never reserved for the most important parts of the site. It's always, they're decent at clearing the roams, but everything, when it comes to the site executes, just falls to the wayside, and it feels odd. Because at the very least, you know you'll have to attack the site. You won't always have to go for a rafters play, or excuse me, a roam clear. You'll always have to do something for the site. I don't know how to fix this Forsaken team, because it is something that Revelations are countering every step of the way.
5 seconds to insertion.
Switch over to defense now for Forsaken. We've seen what their defense looks like. Get aggressive. Go for these
Adam?
plays. Yeah.
JJ and Co. have won map 1 of Nighthaven over M80X.
Yes, they did.
Wow.
That is M80X's
Hey,
map pick.
maybe this will end. We get to go watch the M80X game. Who knows?
Is that? I mean, when was the last time that M80X lost Nighthaven? Against
Shock.
JJ.
Yeah.
So, there you go. The history repeats itself. It was a closer game. Last time that M80X lost Nighthaven was 7-2 against JJ and Co. This time it was 7-8. So, yeah, both these games have been super close, but map 2 is the complete opposite. We are getting... Forsaken are just getting stomped at this point. Like, this has been a very, very aggressively one-sided map. Forsaken have looked very dire. It doesn't really feel like a lot of what they're doing is coordinated. Desperate's a really good way to put it, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. But Rev, at the very least, getting positioned in the top 4. Forsaken, I mean, what do you even do at this point? That was kind of the question you had. I think for me, it's like you got to just continue getting these aggressive plays, but be ready to play the late game, because Revelations every single time have shown that they can win with a man deficit against them.
To be fair to Forsaken, Revelations were in this exact same spot against M80X, a 5-1 lead, and it came down all the way to overtime. An aggressive play by Hat works out, and Hat, who has even more kills than Mr. B, 8-3, even though he had put out his boogie drones, as a fragger off the board, and now you have one less body that's actually going to assist you on the drop. That's going to make this basement attack a lot more difficult. And now we're opening the hatches. It feels like we probably should have had this a lot earlier in the round. Seeming a little bit like Forsaken, but then again, this is a basement attack. You're probably going to get those hatches open and drop it within about 20 to 30 seconds remaining on the clock, which is coming up very, very soon.
Dirt push isn't gonna be the alternative angle of approach. It's instead gonna be Asian through oil pit, recognizing that there's a lot of utility maybe to stall out recited on that blitz. So instead it's gonna be Asian trying to sort of kite away the defenders. C4, Mike Dub can't hit it. Mr. B at the very least gets the trade, snaps onto Kool-Aid, and it's all of a sudden a triple! Mr. B, the man to do it all! 10 kills on the round. Now starting to get that plant down. Kento can't deny it with utility, so he's gonna have to try and wallbang. Mr. B lives, though, and he is able to scamper away to safety, has that swing red, and Kento can't do it. They win it somehow. Revelations every single time have a contingency plan. Mr. B, oh my freaking god, what a triple kill.
There's nobody on the side of Forsaken that can even match it. Hat on Forsaken is doing a decent job, but to the level that Mr. B is playing, he's on another level. He wants to go to Pro League so badly. You can feel it. And he's hitting shots like it seems like he hasn't done in the first line. He's the IGL, he's the entry, he's the front line. By God, he's doing it all, Adam.
It's like, what? He's like, what more do I have to do? I know Mr. B. He's not even excited about this. He's not like, oh, great. Like, he's like, yes, I'm doing amazing.
There is one more game after this, so it's like, job's not done. Job's not done.
He's like, I just know him so well. He's probably just like, God, like, how many times am I going to have to prove it to these kids that I can hang and I can do everything that you can and more. He's beaten M80X, obviously a big fan favorite. He's beaten the likes of JJ in the past, teamed with JJ. He's done it all. He's literally done it all. He has the resume to say it, and now is showing the skill for it. This guy, I mean, even if he doesn't make Pro League, better end up on a team. I mean, look at this guy. He doesn't, like, that's Mr. B. That is Oil Pit Shield Mr. B that we are witnessing tear through Tier 2 for good reason. And he's on a great team. His team has been playing so well around him, building this system for him. He really just, I love watching Revelations play. I like watching Forsaken play, but it seems like if you want to watch him play, it might be in the lower bracket if they can't try and find themselves back into this game.
It's crazy. We were 2 kills away from, like, if Revelations with us, we're 2 kills away from going to a map 3. Which doesn't feel like it should. Like, looking at how both of these teams have played on Clubhouse, it's like, wait, what do you mean map 1 was a 10-second left max OT fiery game? What? No, Revelations have clearly established control, and they will. Nice little trick there from Kool-Aid. Only having 1 of those thermite charges, having 3 Selmas, but you need to use that for some other areas, and they might use this Raptors control to push the Bandit out, open that CC wall. That's going to take a little bit more time.
Sighted Agent looking to make that play, trying to call for any way to deal with that Bandit trick. Anything to force them out. No Capitao being brought. No nades on the sledge. It might just be Asian on that shield. The Bandit going to be tracked by Deimos, so that might be another way to go about it. Wall now likely going to get open, as Kool-Aid will be forced to back up. But yeah, getting rid of that thermite charge is big for sure. You at least now know where the Bandit trick is, and with Mike W not having any more ace charges, I'm assuming he's used them somewhere. I don't know if it was over by that garage side. He'll be cut down by BJL on his way out the door. But it's another kill in the favor of Revelations to make this a 4 versus 3. So even though Forsaken held this for a long time, even though they got that Bandit trick off, they lost 2, and they will lose a 3rd as Hat is completely cut off. And it's a 4 versus 2. Forsaken are, I mean, they're stuck now.
Bells are starting to sound for Forsaken. Kiru kills Gasher. Kento alone inside of Logi, him against the world with 1:20 remaining. He's getting tracked by Deimos. Blitz is in his face. He can feel the walls crumbling around him. The final kill in Revelations. A singular best of 3 away from making it to the top stage in Rainbow Six and will make it to the grand finals of Challenger Series.
I mean, Mr. B is once again back. He's on that run of dominance. I remember reality TV just as much as anyone else does. The undefeated streak. And if he can do that to get into Pro League, if he can not drop a single game, I mean, at this point, he's done it all, right? Mr. B has done it all. So has his team. What an effort there. The team played so well. They were so coordinated every single moment. And I mean, Forsaken they didn't have a push to latch onto. So incredible stuff out of them.
Unreal to watch that. I mean, it went from one of the most competitive maps we could have possibly drawn up to complete and utter dominance V. It was like they just decided to lay down the law. They were tired of Forsaken. They said, bye-bye, to the losers bracket you go.
Yeah, I mean, did you notice any changes for Forsaken in between map, Lair, and Clubhouse? They played the exact same way, and Lair is such a fundamentally different map than Clubhouse, especially in terms of size, that the way of just running at your opponent is not going to work on Clubhouse, and we saw it in spades here.
What's crazy is that we know how passionate, right, Mr. B and this team are about making it, at least in Mr. B's case, back to the show. But we saw it here in front of us. Just that passion, that energy coming out with Mr. B, that incredible performance in those last few rounds, just dropping insane numbers himself. Adam, did you think it could get more storybook than that? Did you think they were capable of such magic?
I definitely thought the game was going to go to a map 3. I thought it was going to be one of those series, but the man who didn't was Mr. B. He said that this game was overhyped. He said that it was overrated. He knew that he was just going to get this win and kind of walk off into the sunset, and it didn't look like that on Lair, but on Clubhouse, we got that Mr. B and that confidence out of Revelations. It really just seemed like they were the they were the winners, and we were just kind of waiting on this game to be over for Revelations to eventually be crowned victors.
We questioned the map pick, and Forsaken, unfortunately, did not have the time to provide the answer. Maybe Clubhouse just isn't the map for them. And now to the losers bracket they go. Revelations V, they now book their ticket into the grand finals. One more match away from Pro League.
You know the best part about this? M80X lost the first map. So if JJ and Co go on to win it, you either have to potentially beat Forsaken again, which we've shown the playstyle of Forsaken just does not mesh against this team, or I want to say JJ and Co, because I think they're the favorites to potentially beat Space Shoes over Unks. Yep, you see it right there. They've got to be salivating at either of those thoughts. It seems like M80X are the only team that really can step up to the plate that Revelations have set.
Well, now for the man of the hour, Mr. B, coming in hot for the interview, and we'll welcome him in here. We talked all about him, and now we get to actually talk to him. Mr. B, first of all, congratulations on a heck of a performance, a gritty map 1, an insane map 2. I mean, how is it feeling right now as you head to the finals?
It's feeling good, Yeah, I think we came prepared. Their Lair was a lot better than we expected, so they really gave us a run for our money there, but we pulled on through, Zach coming with the clutch right at the end, that was lovely from him. But really the team kind of all fired cylinders when it needed to be fired, and it was great.
You said you came prepared. Tell me a little bit more about that. I mean, obviously on paper, right, Forsaken, scary looking team, people you're familiar with. How do you prep coming into this game, and how do you, deliver the victory you just did so easily?
Yeah, so for us, going into this game, Forsaken, it was all about information, right? Their drone work is super good. Gasher spends just about every waking second of the round on a drone if he can manage. And so, you should see we were running like that mute, Mozzie as much as we could. Right? We're really just trying to abuse their information game so that in those late rounds, they really didn't know where we were, and we could pull off a little bit more in terms of the clutch. I think you guys saw that.
It was very fun to watch, I can tell you that. How are you feeling about this team that you've assembled here on this path to pro? Now that it's back open again, you guys are a single match away. I mean, tell me what that's like to be in your shoes right now. What's that energy like?
It's so exciting. This is kind of everything we've always dreamed of. This is what I dreamed of when I was playing for RTV 2.5, 3 years ago, right? And it's still the dream today, so I'm so pumped.
All right, well, I guess tomorrow we will find out if that happens. You guys get to sit back, watch the next couple of games, and, prep for your opponents. Anyone you hope to face in the finals? Any expectations for that game?
I'd love to face Forsaken again. It'd be a pretty easy one.
Of course.
No, but I think we're probably... My bet's on JJ. That's my bet. So,
all right.
We'll see.
They did just take a map over M80, so we'll still wait for that series to wrap up. And, Mr. B, we will see you tomorrow in the grand final. I cannot wait. It's going to be a fun one.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Well, Mr. B, confident as always, but some good insight into what this team is all about, the information from Gasher, the energy that they bring to the table here. Adam, I mean, when you look at that smile, when you hear him talk, I mean, don't you just feel good about their hopes tomorrow?
Yeah, I do. And I know Mr. B's a man of his word. I've known him for a very long time. Great kid. And I think that he wants it more than anyone. And I think that's the ultimate thing that steps him over everyone else. And I didn't want to say it, but Forsaken kind of just played for fun, right? And sometimes that's great. It's great to do that and have a great experience with it. But you're not going to beat a team that just has that pure passion, that pure hope behind themselves. And with Mr. B and with everyone else, there's a lot of passion going around. So I think that they're, off to a great start. They haven't lost a single game. I mean, he even brought up reality TV, so.
V, give me your closing thoughts here as well before we wrap this one up. I mean, you guys took us beautifully through this very surprisingly brief series, I suppose. I mean, I know we didn't expect it to be that brief, but now on the other side, what does the rest of this bracket potentially look like?
It's looking dire for anybody who goes up against Revelations. That much I will say. I will be looking forward to watching the rest of the JJ M80X. So at least there is like something nice to come out of a very, very quick map 2. I will be going right over to Siege Double Shot to watch that.
Yeah, as again, Siege Double Shot is where you can check out the current game, JJ and M80, and I believe High Bear is streaming the other lower bracket semifinal, that is Space Shoes and the Unks. We will step back here for a moment as we await that lower bracket semi. We're going to see who ends up there and who will have a chance to face Forsaken tomorrow in the lower bracket final for all the marbles. That's it for me right now. That's it for Adam and V as we will step away. We'll return in just a bit with our next game at 4 p.m. Eastern. So as we step aside, recharge, we'll see you in a bit. Well, welcome to the little laid-back bonus coverage part of the show this afternoon. We're jumping in to a live look in at JJ & Co. and M80X. If you're interested in checking out the full live commentary version of this game, you can go over to Siege Double Shot on Twitch, but hang out here for a bit more of a kickback, a vibe, as we look in to see what this game is all about. To get you guys caught up, JJ & Co. started things off with a map 1 victory and already lead here 2-1 on map 2 in this lower bracket semi-final. Jonas Willinger here with V Light Rose Kohler again as Adam has stepped away. V, I mean, this is a game we've wanted to kind of watch and look in on the whole time. I know I've been checking the score as we've gone throughout the first match here, and I know we're going to continue to do that in all the games as we go. But yeah, you had to cast. But did you have a favorite coming in? Is this where you expected this one to go?
I think a lot of people thought this was really going to be M80X. I mean, you had the BO5 in the Crucible, right? 3-1, pretty stock standard, best of 5 for M80X. And then you have the Quals, which JJ & Co. win that, and that's the most recent one. I don't think there haven't been any balance changes since then, so we are just on this meta with Roora, especially on Cathay. That's going to be very big, but I kind of wish we got to see a little bit of that first map, but obviously I was casting, so we don't really get to see what the issues with M80X and JJ & Co. are.
And we'll see what they do to change things up. I loved the storyline coming into the bracket, the JJ & Co. Space Shoobs kind of battle, the rivalry that they've had over the last, I don't know how many months it's been, where they just keep running into each other.
I kind of, this morning I was thinking about it, and it feels like the JJ & Co. M80X has kind of bloomed into a rivalry of its own. Like the Yankees, Red Sox, Lakers, Celtics, M80X, JJ & Co.
They're all on the same level. And
they clash on like so many good levels that it makes for just really entertaining Siege, not only in the game, but also out of it.
Well, in that rivalry I mentioned earlier, it ended up being Space Shoobs to kind of completely change the script, change the storyline, beat JJ & Co. for the first time, send JJ & Co. down here to a lower bracket. And honestly, I think we expected, as you kind of said, right, M80X have potentially the upper hand. We thought maybe they were going to be able to take that win against Revelations, but you know, here they are in the lower bracket, kind of duking it out with JJ & Co. now in this third or the fourth round.
Yeah, I want to tell you, I don't want another 7-1. Like, as clearly, obviously, Revelations deserve to win, like without a doubt on Clubhouse. But I really want a close game from JJ & Co. and M80X. It seems like, at least I'm looking at the Spaceships game. The Ungs are up 6-2 on Clubhouse. I don't know who won the first map. I would assume they're on the second map, obviously, because we've been going for a decently long time, but we shall see. Kind of sucks because nobody's really paid attention to the Unk Space Shoobs.
Whoa.
Wait, no, when you have Revelations versus Forsaken, amazing storyline. And then you have JJ & Co. and M80X. Amazing storyline. I mean, the Unks versus Space Shoobs.
It's not at the top of your list, you're saying.
Yeah, it's a lot of people aren't really going to have that at the top of their mindset. Which sucks, because they're both very fun teams, but the players on it are really enjoyable to watch. But, you know, someone's got to be the odd man out, right?
So 2-2 here as I guess only 2 rounds left this half. M80, I mean, Cathay recently, this map's been going, I mean, this has always kind of been an relatively even map, you know, leaning defensive sided pretty even. So, I mean, so far this is not like concerning for either team. No one's like sounding alarm bells just yet. I mean, M80 may be doing that from a larger standpoint in the match because they did lose that first one, but so far here, nothing too crazy. Getting around 5. I mean, looking to see if we're gonna get kind of any sort of explosiveness here from M80X. What is this team known for, would you say? Like, what is their play style that what is their team identity?
They can shoot. It's one thing I've always said is like the stomp and stuff is really irritating. But then sometimes you watch an M80X game and it's just like, God, he's good, and that's really annoying because you want to be like a hater, be like, oh, everybody's talking about stomping, but he sucks. But it's like, no, he's really good, and a lot of the players on M80X are really good as well. And a lot of times, if they can do the defaults and let their guns kind of follow suit, they're a really difficult team to deal with.
JJ kind of in the trenches here, trying to hold as much space as
wow.
he can, but the diffuser is down.
That's crazy.
Little surprise there from M80X.
Defenders have located
How do you
Decent
not-
retake.
Do they have a BP in sight? They have one available. I'm assuming that maybe Cocktail, but that is just... That's a crazy thing, and now...
Oh, he got off, though. What a retake. That's beautiful.
Damn, that's... Is Twist waiting for that?
defenders have
He's... Yeah, no, okay. That's... He was totally ready for that. That's, if intentional, an amazing play.
That's a nice nitro. I mean, that's... You know where they're going to be peeking from. You know the angle they have to take if they want to get the player off the diffuser there who's going for the counter diffuse. So, yeah, I mean, that's...
It's just, like, really good game sense. That's game knowledge.
Back in the lead then. JJ and Co.
It's very
Suppose
funny.
in this watch-
Adam, like, he's like, oh, I got family at 3, and I look in the lower right-hand corner of my computer and just see Jazzman has hopped on Cyberpunk 2077.
Maybe that's the family stuff.
So,
Maybe
All
he's
right,
playing,
if that-
maybe
if
he's playing with
that's-
his family.
Cyberpunk, the single-player game.
Yeah. Maybe he's in a Discord call with the squad, with the family squad.
I think he mentioned it on cast. His family was like driving up to see him.
Oh, maybe that's
So-
starting in 5 minutes and the first 5 minutes of
Quick
Cyberpunk.
game of Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
It's okay. The load times aren't bad.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
Wow, they're running the. I was doing VOD review
Attackers objective.
for Revelations M80X, and one thing that was insane was how good M80X and Revelations are at getting those trades. Like, it is to a shocking degree where you're like, surely in this round, in this specific engagement, trades don't happen, and somehow they get those trades. Why was it how perfectly, and it makes sense that it went down to like a max OT singular round. Or the rush play.
Oh, he's so screwed.
There's a trade from JJ though.
Twist. No late game epic plays this time though. That's for sure.
Wait, did only Rice and Stompin drop? Huh.
It wasn't a full commitment. It was just
Oh,
get
yeah,
Twist
'cause I
out of the
guess-
box.
True.
But they did it without opening. What? The castle barricade not popped. So they did that just straight up by just rushing in with the blitz. That is a lovely way to clear that. Normally, right, it's get on the piano windows, get that wall open, pressure them from all angles, even below. Instead, it was just blitz, in, flashed, goodbye.
Okay, so now because your ace is dead and the Selma got caught by the magnet, your only real chance is probably White Hall with Rice. Like, pushing down this entire hallway is a death sentence, because look at how many angles JJ and Co can hold.
Yeah, shield in your face, but it's not on the side of your face, and
Yeah.
not behind you. So
I mean, that was a really rough attack from M80X.
good start though. Then it kind of crumbled. Good trade. That was really what it was about from JJ. You called attention to that earlier, V. Really able to just bounce back quickly. As a reminder, as you can see, top left corner of the screen, this is a laid back watch
Very
party
chill vibe.
bonus coverage. So if you're wondering what is going on, if you are interested in checking out a full live play-by-play and color commentary. That is being held over on the twitch.tv/siege double shot for the commentated version of this matchup. But we're here just peeking in, getting a little bit of bonus coverage going for you as these lower bracket semifinals are underway. The other one on the other side is Space Shoobs and the Unks. But as V said earlier, not
Still
quite
do-
as interested in watching that one.
I
compared to
still
this
do
one.
not know who won the first map of that game. It seems like the Unks are about to win Clubhouse, so we'll see whether or not that game is ending or we go to a map 3.
Attackers located a bomb.
A nice little black guy there.
Lovely observing.
Whiskey Run is Whiskey. You're spoiling all the black eye spots. You can't stop. Whiskey, no. Also, yes, we are going to a map 3 of Unks versus Space Shoes.
All right.
So, seems like everyone gets to have the fun. If M80X goes to a map 3, everyone gets to have their third map. Let me and Adam.
First round of the side swap here. M80X now on defense, so we'll see if they can lock things in a little bit more there. That'll help.
That's good.
Nasty little spawn peek there from Aiden. Rip twist. First death in the last 2 rounds.
See, where do you go from now? You got the smokes. Got the Deimos, potentially go underneath, or just use it as like a movement tool, push them back. It's kind of, I'll say this is a bit of an odd lineup. With no hard reach, a window hopping, using Rival as the spear for it. This feels so clunky. All right, that's
Attackers bomb diffuser has
That's one way to do it.
Snake. What are we doing, Snake? No. How does he? What? How does he kill him?
Attackers
The
recover
smoke,
the bomb
instead of
diffuser.
clearing out Piano, is a shortcut, but now it's a problem because they don't have that control. Yeah, there goes Snake.
It was a rush play. It was a rush play.
It was a rush play. Didn't work.
What's funny about the rush plays is usually I feel like you do that from the cocktail window.
Or at least have
That's-
some pressure on Cocktail, right? Like having that Whitehall's nice, but it was just a complete Whitehall. There was not. There were no other elements.
It's so ballsy. And I honestly, I don't want to say it's not stupid, but like you're really rolling the dice there.
So defense off to a good start for M80X. Not necessarily because of anything especially well that they did, but JJ and Co. went for the send.
It did send it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh wow, I didn't even realize stomping was 9 out of 5 compared to the rest of MDX.
Attackers have
That's-
located a bomb.
Interesting. Eye on that.
Rival doing good, but really good, spreading of the wealth over there on JJ and Co.
Mhm. It's that having one player that gets all your kills it's really exciting, but it feels like it's a bad thing. Like the thing about the game earlier today is Mr. B was also, I mean, in the first map it was Recited, and then I think in the second map it was Kiru, who also got a lot of the kills. While Mr. B was getting a lot of the entries, he wasn't the main guy
Defuse a bomb.
getting a lot of the kills as well.
Yeah. We'll say we do have a rare opportunity here to do some chat interaction. There is still a 5-minute delay, as there are on all the streams of this game.
5 minutes? Wow.
I believe it's 5. But if you are interested in asking any questions about the format, about casting, about Siege,
Hell yeah.
hopefully V and I will be able to answer them.
We'll answer you 5 minutes ahead of time.
Yeah, you're just going to have to, type
Wait
the
a
answer,
bit.
wait 5 minutes, and then maybe you'll get an answer. Maybe you won't. That's just how that goes.
It's funny. Has there ever been like a watch party on the main Rainbow Six Twitch?
I'm not exactly sure.
We're breaking new ground.
There
here.
have been some, casual behind the scenes stuff. Like I know last year there was a bunch of NAL at an after dark kind of style things.
Was that was that last year?
2 years ago?
That I don't remember that. That was probably before 23 when Blast. Took
No,
over,
it was
so.
just in the I'm trying to think because I hopped in on the analyst desk. When was that? That was a year ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. It was not necessarily like a fully separate stream, but like after the full day was wrapped up, we'd crack
Yeah, I
some
don't think
cold
I remember
ones,
that.
sat down on the couch and just
I
kind
don't
of
think I
vibed.
remember that because I always tuned out.
Oh no, of course. I mean, 90% of the people are like, all right, the games are over, we're leaving. But then there was a couple people that hung around. And
use the in-person format for something, right?
Exactly.
Ooh. Nice usage by the shield of JJ. I like bouncing back and forth. Yeah, that's good clear. I've been kind of a critic of JJ's shield play in the past, but I think over time he's gotten a lot better at it, and it's probably a net positive rather than something that's gonna harm your team.
Self-destruction time. Twist is not the first death this time, so that's good, and can get crazy up above with the boogie drone. Holy, I mean, there's no ceiling anymore.
Yeah. Wow, do you win that?
Ooh, that's not supposed to happen, though. Never mind,
What
Twist.
ADS changes. All right, just ignoring that completely.
Diffuser going down.
15 seconds to go.
No C4s, no smokes.
Ooh, my God, M80X, this retake. It's just rival.
He's on the second floor. Oh, are they both walking up? Or is Franklin just gonna... Oh, he's on white.
Rival dropped down.
I actually like that.
Oh, the ring around the rosy.
Keep him guessing. Keep him guessing. As long as you stay inside a diffuser,
But
right?
does he have that? That's the question.
Compromised.
Oh. Oh.
Wow, what a hold. Rival, that was clutch.
Yeah. JJ and Co. They're keeping an arm's distance away. In fact, because I think if M80X lose this, they're not even a top 4 team NA.
True, because we're top
This is
six,
top 6,
and they
this
would
is
be
top 6 right now.
it would be 5-6, yeah.
There is a real chance the Unks place higher in Challenger Series than M80X.
Attackers need to locate.
Definitely a bummer that these two
as many
teams
bombs
ended
as
up
they can.
running into each other in the
It
lower
does.
bracket.
It kind of does suck. I really wish we could have had like the Unks play like JJ Co or Space Shoes play M80X, so that we could have John and Harrison cast JJ and Co
Attackers
M80X
have discovered the location
top 4.
of the
Like that
bomb.
would have been happens. You know what
Happens.
can you do?
It's because M80X won that first round. Had they also lost that first round, then they would not have run into each other, at least in the first round of the lower bracket. We couldn't have hit each other until the semis, but because they won the first round, then lost to Revelations, this is how it shook up.
I kind of said it in the post show, but like, it looks so. You want M80X to lose here, I think.
You, as in, like, who wants them to lose here?
You want M80X to lose. Because I think Mr. B would relish beating JJ
Oh,
and
you're
Co to go
saying
to Pro
Revelations want M80X to lose because they want to play.
League. Yeah.
Yeah. Or, I suppose, Forsaken. Because Forsaken ends up playing the
Yeah.
winner of the lower bracket final.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, they play the winner of the lower bracket semi, which is after these two games.
I'm assuming that the winner of this would win whoever they play
Would beat
next.
Unks or Space Shoots.
That's just an assumption, but
Now, Space Shoots did beat JJ last time,
I did.
but
Who knows?
Space Shoots, that's going to map 3, so they still have to figure that out.
Ooh. Nice little flank there. Just gotta get rid of Emilio and Snake. Just got some teams have been struggling with that. You gotta close out the round. Oh wow! If you think we even live there? All right. Well, I guess it goes both ways then.
Oh, see you later.
Good bolt. I think Aiden really does have to clutch this up. This is like, I think this sends MNEX's chances if he doesn't clutch this. But there's so much time remaining. You saw him. You saw his gear. Wow. And somebody asked, how do you get into casting as a job?
It's then it was immediately answered perfectly by another chatter.
Yeah, it is something that it's just like you start doing it as like a hobby. And if it's like you're something where it's like, oh, I really want to do this, just continue to do those smaller leagues. Because one thing that we are thankful for is that the T3 and T2 scene of Rainbow Six is very good for getting opportunities as like a caster or production member compared to a lot of other esports. We're very friendly, trust us.
I got into it by I had a friend of mine who wasn't a gamer. We said, hey man, it's COVID, be a gamer. Here's a game that you might like. Here's Rainbow Six. And then he goes, okay, sure, I'll play this game. Cut to a year later, we want to play other games, and he refuses to play any other game other than Siege because he is so addicted to Siege. To the point where he gets into like a competitive team and starts scrimming. And I'm just like, brother, love Siege, but can we play something else, you know? And he's like, no, I'm going to play some of this. So my friend and I, instead of playing, we were like, okay, he's going to scrim. Let's yap over his scrim and then send him the VOD for fun. We do that. And I'm like, wait a second, this is cool. And I'm like, okay, look up. After doing a bunch more scrims later, look up, are there any leagues that do this, like on an amateur level? Are there any college leagues? Because I was in college at the time. I was like, are there any leagues that do this? Found Collegiate R6, and I was like, hello, Mr. Collegiate R6, Tango Mango Down, please employ me. And he's like, sure, there's no money, but we can have you talk over Teams. And I was like, yes, please. The rest is history.
Now you're on the NAL.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, what was your like day one? Like, what was the?
Oh my god, it was broadcast.gg.
Broadcast.gg.
Asking for Siege casters, and I was like, let's go.
Yeah.
It's pretty basic, but we MNEX, they took their time out. 60 seconds to lock in. So after this, there isn't anything that's been confirmed for like T2. Because Challenger Series isn't going to come back till next year, obviously. A once-a-year thing, unfortunately. So after this, I think there's an XGS and TPL event that they're putting together. So that's something that MNEX could do. Right. Losing this early just really stings.
And we talked about this, like, getting into the pre-show of that first game. It's like, this opportunity, like, the existence of Challenger League, Challenger Series, before it was Challenger League, like, it hasn't been around for years. So, like, this opportunity to come back is, like, what so many people, hundreds and hundreds of people in the, you know, T2, T3, T4 circles, like, people have been desperate for this opportunity. And now that it's here, it's like, you had so many teams grinded out in the open qualifiers. We had 3 of those, and then the playoffs you go, the group stage trimmed down half, and now it's the final 6. Final 6 teams, 30 players after all this time and all this grinding and all these leagues and competitions. It's like,
it's what you play for. Oh,
you do it this weekend. That's what you got to do. Otherwise, see you in 365 days, bozo.
Oh wow, Repellent to Piano. They're just letting them do that? We're letting them into Whitehall? MNEX! Challenger Series is on the line! Pro League is on the line! and we're just letting them into white, and we're whiffing! It's so over. It's never been more over. Wow! That's how it ends!
That is how it ends, with JJ and Co. dominating in that final round, and they close it in 2 maps.
2 maps.
2 maps. JJ and Co. knocked out of the upper bracket in the very first round. They stay alive to beat M80X and send them packing. We'll step aside as this match wraps up. 4 p.m. Eastern, our next one. Well, we're here to send a team to Pro League, and we are so much closer to doing that than we were just 3 hours ago. We started with 6, now we are down to 4, only one of them that can get all the way to the North American League. Once again, Jonah Zwillinger here, joined by Harrison Crow-Broder and John Fellow-Siege. Harrison, the next 30 days are big, not only for the community of Siege, but for you as well, right? Because today, or tomorrow, we're sending a team to Pro League. In less than 30 days, you're getting married. Tell me, where do those stack up in the overall list of life events?
In the overall list, it depends on who we send to Pro League. I think it's, no, Serena's at work. She's not watching this. Thank God, she won't kill me. But you know, if Gasher or Mr. B go back to Pro League, it's kind of business as usual. If JJ gets sent to Pro League, it might be the beginning of the end. We might need to have
for
that.
all of us.
Yeah, for all we might need to have that wedding a little bit sooner, because I don't know, hell might freeze over after that if JJ makes the league.
It could happen. It could happen. And John, you were saying something like this before we got into the show. It would be wild if we saw something like that occur, but it's not too crazy. It's not too far-fetched. Forsaken sitting there in the lower finals, as we've discussed before. JJ and Co, the Unks, one of them will join them and will be our final 3 teams in this qualifier.
And I know Korbeck mentioned this a lot last weekend, but JJ & Co., despite losing the first round in the upper bracket, they look to be a fairly dominant team. They've beaten Core in the past, they beat M80X in the past, so them breezing in a round of 3 makes a lot of sense. And the Unks, despite losing their first round as well, they've done nothing but improve throughout the lower bracket. So I'm really excited to see both these teams face off for a chance to maybe have a matchup against Forsaken that could also be close, because until they saw Revelations, it was also a pretty dominant showing by them in the upper bracket.
It would be pretty crazy if we saw, for example, the Unks against Forsaken, because you've got the team that no one expected to be in the playoffs whatsoever, John, and maybe the team that everyone expected to be in this position with all of that talent. How can the Unks continue that momentum from that last game into this one?
Just keep showing up. You know, you mentioned that they had great momentum after map 1 against Space Shoobs. I was really worried for them because they were letting Space Shoobs do what they were successful at against JJ & Co., kind of playing in rat corners, running in early for the entry, playing the shield to slow them down a lot as well. But once we moved into Clubhouse, they were a lot more comfortable on that default map. They had a great job in the early round and also anchoring quite comfortably as well. And they kept that exact same tempo going into map 3, where Space Shoobs just looked like they were unaware of how aggressive the Unks were willing to be. They were dying a lot on the entry, not playing for trades. And when it came into like getting into the map, they were just falling flat a lot of times too.
Well, on the JJ side, Harrison, this has been maybe a little more expected that this team would end up in this position. It has been a long road, and we know how many of these players have been grinding for how long they've been grinding. But here they are, elimination on the line in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm sure Snake and Twist, they've already gotten a taste of Pro League. They would love to head back. JJ's been grinding for a really long time and finding not a lot of playoff success. This is the most success he's had in any T2 playoffs by far. It definitely started a little bit shaky. They lost to Space Shoobs, which was a huge upset, but Space Shoobs no longer with us. JJ went into the lower bracket, 2-1 Core, 2-0'd M80X. So he got his get back. So I remember against M80X, they lost. JJ lost in the Crucible finals. Well, he just took away M80X's possibility of going to Pro League, so he got his get back.
Well, if you are the Unks here, John, and you're looking at, you clearly have a underdog situation against JJ and Co. with JJ, and you got some Pro League talent on that roster. How do you approach the map bans? Where do you want to take this team?
I would say for the map bans, again, just pick comfort. You know, go to maps that not only you're comfortable with bringing yourself on, but also maps they might be a little bit tricky on. You know, Nighthaven Labs, it's a bit of a switch up for JJ and Co. They play here quite a lot, but they're very inconsistent. I'm sure Harrison has like a lot of very statistical map analysis for both these teams, especially with JJ and Co. having a very wide variety of map pool. But for Unks, again, just playing in an environment where they can work off of each other and have stellar coordination, but also have some of those rat plays too to kind of slow down JJ and Co.
Yeah, fun fact, actually, now that M80 have beaten M80X 8-7 on Labs in the previous game, both teams have the same record here. They're both 6-2. JJ losing Labs, though, the only 2 times they lost it were back in Crucible. Unks lost it more recently. They lost it to M80X in the playoffs in their very first game. But yeah, they're both 6-2, so that's huge. Consulate, though, definitely leaning a little bit more towards, I guess, Unks, simply because they have fewer losses. It's not a great map for either team, especially with Unks being a lot less structured than JJ tends to be. I think Unks, usually their biggest weakness is in the execute. It was also M80X's weakness, and that's something that JJ and Co. And Gasher's team, too, took full advantage of. Or sorry, Mr. B's team took full advantage of when they both played against M80X. So I like the idea for Unks heading into Consulate, but I don't know. There's not a lot of history for either team here.
Well, a lot of good ideas there, but let's get a little more specific. John, give me a bit of a prediction here. I know you were head down taking notes, watching that game from the Unks, and Harrison, you point out JJ and Co showing that maybe they are very good at countering that style of play. How do you think this one is going to go, John? And, how many maps are we going to see?
My mind's telling me JJ and Co 2-0, but my heart is telling me we see the reverse sweep from Unks. I feel like they could still win 2-1. Just the way they were reacting against Space Shubes, again, a very volatile team, but can also have some comfortable plays that work out for them. They were just countering every single strat they were doing, especially around the shields, which is also a very big crutch sometimes for JJ and Co.
Harrison, is that where you sit on this as well?
I don't think Unks have a chance. I think JJ they really struggled in the first game against Space Shubes, but JJ and Co showed out in the group stage. I mean, they said it themselves, they didn't play like themselves against Space Shubes, and Space Shubes also against Unks also didn't look like themselves. There's something about Unks that brings out the worst in teams, and I think it's kind of them being the most inexperienced team. You know how we talk about all the time, when you're the favorite to win, you don't want to play at your opponent's level. The Unks force a lot of teams to do that, and it really trips them up, but JJ's been around for long enough. I think it's still going to be a 2-0.
Well, lower bracket semifinal here. The winner plays Forsaken tomorrow. It is the Unks and JJ and Co. We start things out on Consulate.
Thank you, as always, my handsome friend. John, we start out on Consulate. This is a map that I feel like you and I in particular haven't gotten to cast in a while. Am I tripping?
You're not tripping. We might have saw it once or twice in Element, and that's been about it. I casted it once in the Crucible between M80X and JJ and Co. Or no, it was JJ and Co.'s semi-final match. So they have some fairly recent experience on this map. Same thing for the Unks, and I think the reason why we went to a map like Consulate, just kind of lesser of two evils. Again, both teams aren't fantastic on it, but if you look at other maps like Chalet or Club, where JJ and Co do phenomenal at, you kind of have to get rid of those maps and just pick something that you're kind of at, rather than letting your opponents kind of run away with a free pick.
Yeah, if we look at each team's most recent play of Consulate, JJ has only 1 win and 2 losses. He's played it 3 times, and the 1 win, the most recent game, was all the way back in Crucible against
That was
Team
my
Cruelty.
game.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So that was your game. JJ has not played Consulate since. As for the Unks, however, a little bit more recent, they have played it once, and they lost it to Karn, who didn't even make it to the playoffs this time around. They lost at 7-4 in their very last game, in their 2-1 win against Karn to send them to playoffs. The map they lost was Consulate. So a very interesting pick from the Unks. Like we said, not a lot of history from either team here. So it's definitely a gamble from the Unks, especially with JJ and Co. now starting on the defense as well. They are going to start on the top floor, as you most often do. The Unks also with a pretty standard lineup. They've got the Lion for lockdown, the Sens to try and get themselves into that default plant spot. Without the Amaru and without the Capital, this is looking like it's probably going to be an admin overtake. Oh, well, actually, wait, they've got the Buck now.
Seems like they've changed their mind.
Oh, there we go.
I was going to note, I like the Sens pick there. They were hinting at maybe playing on that cutoff window by Projector to kind of mask that longer line of sight, allow you to focus more on the long desk position and that split hallway as well. And the buck as well, I liked. You can run vert for either projector or the CEO bomb site. Now they're going to run bless on the Deimos instead, which does kind of the same thing, except you gather your own info and can be a little more volatile since you have your other 4 teammates to communicate that intel with, and you have frags. So great pick nonetheless. You've got more info with the Flores or Terror drones, the Blackbeard shield, and Dread having 5 Grim hives. So a lot of good opportunity here to not only get vert, but also capitalize on it with info. But they weren't prepared for the preset vert. Bless hopped in before Zolaris droned it, so he's already gone.
That is a pretty default spot to watch, too. And now the operator that we were highlighting that fills that kind of pseudo buck role from below is no longer available to the attack, and that frees up JJ and Co. so much, because what are the 2 things you have to worry about when you're going for this Amaru plant? Smoke and C4. There's only 1 C4 on JJ and Co., and Twist is playing way over to Bandit Trick in box. So JJ would have been the only person to stop this. You Deimos track him, and you almost have a free plant. Now Bless is gone. There's no refrag either, because how can you? The Unks are going to have to try and reconsider how they go for this push. They're not going to have that free, how would you say? Like,
I guess free kill on the smoke.
Like, denial? It's not really denial. It's like, you know how they say, like, because it's not area denial, but it forces you to move. I don't know. I don't know, like, a one-word descriptor is for that.
All good. We'll focus back on what Ux are trying to do in recovery of this deficit. They had Zolaris getting vert with the shotgun. Makes a lot of sense. You know, you're going to have to slow down your attack. Might as well just have Amaru be useful rather than sitting outside on a window. As they're now getting more info for maybe a back take. Maybe sending Ions down, but he's got the diffuser as well, so maybe they readjust and try to go for a printer plant, but now Zolaris is dead on the vert, and they're in a 5-on-3, so this looks extremely dire for the Unks, as JJ and Co have not been caught lacking against the vert.
Twist does end up dying to Engage, who's sitting on that bathroom cutoff. He's good for another one, but the trades are in for JJ and Co, leaving dead the last man standing. Finally rappelling into the building. Stares down 3, Emilio cuts him down, and JJ and Co. with a very confident round 1.
Just playing their defaults early round. Again, JJ watching the vert, expecting someone to hop in from printer window, and Zolaris, A, either not droning fast enough, or B, Bless not waiting for his teammate to drone to make sure there's no vert. But also, again, you mentioned it, it's a very default angle. You should maybe expect that, or again, just wait a couple more seconds, because you're one of the more impactful operators in that round to facilitate vert for, again, the post plant, and also netting picks to either force back the smoke or, you know, push him into someone else's line of sight to get that kill. But either way, with both vert players kind of dying early, it was just a funnel in from Unks, and they lost their gunfights due to just JJ and Co being prepared for it and having trades. Now going to the basement floor bomb site with a fairly different lineup here for JJ and Co, with both Cade and Tubrow on the board. It's going to make getting this breach opened up extremely complicated by Garage, so either you ignore it as an attacking team, or you fully commit to that top to bottom clear, which, again, JJ and Co bringing that Cade and Tubrow combo, they're going to sacrifice some people up above to try to deny anybody from getting that previously mentioned vert.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Could you call it,
5 seconds to
back to the descriptor, could you call it like a flush operator?
I might have said flex. Did it sound like I said flush?
No. I'm saying, remember we were talking about like the Deimos and how he forces the smoke to move around.
Oh, yeah.
You call it like flush?
You could call it that, yeah.
I'm still on this. Vocabulary is very important to me.
I know. I'm well aware, Harris.
Yes. We've got a roam set up for JJ and Co, as highlighted on Garage. Pretty typical. They're not playing too far away from the site either. They've got their fallbacks in through like Expo and down that hatch, should they need to fall back. The Unks, I don't really know. Are they just going to try and hit server? Is this the play here? I thought maybe they were going to like roam clear or something, but everyone's just kind of hitting server right now. Nope. They think better of it. They are going to clear. The distraction. He's dead. Okay.
Dead is dead.
Yep.
Fitting name and a fitting fate for him is the opening death. Your striker gone, and also your lurk from bottom yellow. Yeah, I think maybe the castle barricade being broken was just a cutoff, or kind of, like you mentioned, baiting to walk down this staircase a little easier. But it seems like JJ and Co are aware there's 0 roam clear above, and they're most likely going to try to just rotate here and deny this back push here from the blue side of the map. Rival is injured, but he's not finished off, and Emilio backs up his down teammate as well. I believe that's Matt finished off. And now we've got this 5 versus 3 with absolutely 0 damage being dealt when it comes to this clear above.
Blessed does pick off Emilio, getting the trade for his teammate, and finishes the downed rival, but it's still a man disadvantage here for the Unks. Again, back to that early round, I don't really know what the plan was. It seemed like they were going to create a distraction upstairs, or at least deny the hatch, walk in through backsite, and have a split take there from dead, like try to hit the back, while everyone on JJ and Co were like, oh no, we got to get back to the site. They're taking archives. But that's unfortunately not what happened. And now with 50 seconds left, the Unks really have no way in. The C4 on the doorway will pick off the last 2. Twist, I believe, credited for 3 in the round, and JJ and Co with yet another comfortable defense.
Twist, someone to always look out for as well. He kick-started that entry for his team, and it was a good, just default play by JJ and Co. Them having Cade and Tubrow, even if there's a Thatcher on the board, you throw 1 Zoto canister, and you only have to watch yellow door, so you only put 1 person in sight. Everybody else can either roam above to deal with the top to bottom pressure, or they play around that teller area to stop a server take. I mean, everything was accounted for in that defensive hold by JJ and Co. And the Unks, not having a proper response, they try to ignore the teller hole and get punished for it immediately by JJ and Co. So a great start on the defense for them. Now we go to the tertiary pick of Piano and Expo, where the lineup on the offense doesn't seem to be all too different. I like the Brava to help counter out the Malusi Banshees, I believe, but I also got to worry about the Capcan EDDs. Those always catch somebody by surprise on Consulate, I feel like.
Yeah, and we also, personally, we have not seen a Brava captain yet, which would be
no, that'd be so
epic.
Awesome. That'd be so cool, epic. Man.
I hope we see it. Engage. I need you here. I've never needed you more than I do right now on the Bravo. We've also got the Deimos rearing his head once again. Very good operator here to help clear the roam. And once you have the roam cleared, you can really cause havoc on those anchors with all those destructible floors and that really good revolver. The Unks so far have really struggled in their execute phase, which has been kind of their issue throughout all of CL so far. If you give them the early picks on your roam, guys like Ions, guys like Solaris, they will rip you apart. And once they have that man advantage, they're a really good attacking team. But if you don't, they struggle to create their own opportunities. JJ and Co already taking advantage of that in the first couple rounds and making sure that the Unks aren't able to gap hit as effectively as they would like. Already about a minute in. Here's the Brava. He's going to start working on this information upstairs.
There's a spiral cam gone. Work their way below. Ooh. Oh, the cap cans are being hacked. Could be something to look out for later. We might get a first timer for Harrison and I with that EDD kill, if someone rotates through it. As of right now, JJ and Co again remaining stagnant. What they did back in round 1 and 2, wait for Unks to make the first move, make the attack, take that initiative, and play with their teammates to either hold a crossfire, play a trade, just making it very challenging for the Unks to work that early entry game you talked about specifically, Harrison. As there's more info being gathered down below, maybe the Unks will once again try to find a gap, noticing there isn't a heavy site presence. But again, a lot of this flooring being soft, I imagine the 3 defenders playing up above could also hold vert if need be.
Putting emphasis on that lobby Malusi rather than on Piano side means that we could eventually maybe see an execute come through Lounge, but it's Rival with the C4 taking down Zolaris. Striker, not the worst loss in the world, but now that there's a follow-up, make that 2 follow-ups. Found by the roamers upstairs, the Unks have once again failed to clear this roam from JJ Co. Ions with a beautiful shot, but Emilio immediately responds, and Dead knows this round is basically over. Oh, trying to skeet shoot. That's something that Lags used to do all the time. As Callie, if a round was unwinnable, he would just throw his drone in the air and try to snipe it. Yeah, he knows this round is as good as lost. This is a perfect time for an impromptu tactical timeout. Maybe even a freebie. As you and I have highlighted, John, the Unks' big issues is just the roam clear. They have not been able to effectively, A, clear the offsite hold from JJ and Co., or B, take advantage of the offsite hold from JJ and Co. and hit the site fast. They have not been able to do either of those. So usually it's easier to fix your clear itself than, you know, relearn how to gap hit in game. So hopefully we're going to see something a little better from Unks next time.
Maybe applying more pressure by either yellow, or they had one person bathroom window, but they weren't too active. They were kind of waiting on their teammates and projector to push back JJ and Co, and they were holding the cut to kind of stop them from falling back. But JJ and Co, great info and reaction to the guy who was in that catering room. Never forget that call out after you pointed it out during a match, Harrison.
Catering, yeah.
They had, the best room on Consulate, and one of the funniest names, I think, for a Siege call out, besides, of course, the R6 room on Lair. That is the best call out of all time. But yeah, they had info about the guy being in catering. They threw a C4 up because there's no pressure lobby or bottom spiral, so you're not exposed to a gunfight. That's a free entry. And then they had no util to clear out power spots. I mean, Ying's available. They could take a Ying to help alleviate that pressure on the roam clear. Like you mentioned, it's way easier to fix your clear than to find a way to hit gaps properly. So bringing more, I guess, more forceful utility could be the right move instead. And maybe now with the Sense, dealing with those longer lines of sight could be less problematic. Because like I mentioned, you throw a Sense RU projector from a window and that could cut off literally half of the top floor.
I wonder if JJ and Co are reading into the potential execute swap from the Unks rather than taking in on console window. This is a very admin-centric lineup. Ace, and the Maverick, and the Sens. And JJ and Co respond in kind. We're seeing a lot more emphasis and setup on the admin side of the map than we did on their previous attempt of this site. So if that's the case, it's an excellent read from JJ and Co. Despite the map on the wall, Bandit still goes for the trick and even wins the fight. JJ gets downed trying to peek the window, but still the damage is done. The Unks have lost their Grim, their only main source of hard breach. So they don't have the catering wall open. They let the Bandit get away. They've killed JJ on smoke, which is huge. But now they can't get this wall open unless they go below. I mean, the Ace, you've still got him, but he's going to have to, yeah, I think they're just going to abandon catering as a whole and try to just take through admin. They're going to have something else here.
I don't know why they don't just use the Maverick Torch to break the Bandit battery unless it's not an LOS.
They could just do that.
You have a nade, you have Ace, like, they're just going to give it up? That's kind of crazy. All right, well, yeah, at least they killed Smoke. JJ's gone. That's massive. You got to worry about the Vulcan packs and the Kivas still, which they're dealing with that initial problem as of right now, but a second Kiva's now deployed. Emilio is just stockpiling them, chillaxing in the break room, taking his 5 minutes for the workday. It's now minute 20 will eclipse, and we've got one person on the cutoff, but again, Emilio isn't forced to do anything but just sit here and wait for Unks to push in as they, once again, have, like, no util, and they're going to have to be just frag heavy once again.
Usually when that's the case, the Unks rely heavily on Ions, who does pick up the kill on Emilio and frees up admin for the attack. You might also know about this player now lurking downstairs. Snake tucked in the corner, bottom Visa by the soda machine. Ions has rotated down towards Visa, doesn't shoot the cam, wants to keep himself stealthy. I believe he's got perfect info on this guy, and there it is. The wall bangs through the floor, force Snake to move, and Ions catches him for his third kill in the round. And this is where the Unks shine. JJ and Co had a beautiful start, but maybe getting a little bit overzealous. Emilio overstaying his welcome and admin, and maybe unnecessary rotate there from Snake and JJ looking to peek outside. When you gift the Unks these opportunities instead of just staying stalwart in the bomb site, and they're able to get those kills, again, in particular, Ions, this is when they start to wake up. And now with 15 seconds left, there's only 2 bodies in the way of the Unks, but because of the Goyo pack, it's not safe to plant yet. Zolaris has to wait this out. Finally, it goes down. Looking to plant. Twist has a C4 he can send over the catering wall, but he misses it. It gets stuck on the top. Zolaris able to confirm the plant. 1 kill for Rival. Twist looking for another. It's 2 for Rival now. They know there's a player stuck in this doorway. Twist allows the cross. Back into cafeteria they go. But Zolaris just walks in front of the breach? Hello? Did the Unks forget how to play the game? Now all they have to do is have one person counter defuse, one person cover. Engage, though, is allowed to cross. Finds the Goyo, not able to land the shots just yet, and Rival is good for 3. What?
I have no words. I have no words, Harrison. We were just about to sing the praises of Unks for punishing JJ and Co. for getting over aggressive, and then all 4 of the attackers forgot they brought guns to a TDM game in a post plant. Like, what? None of them were gun up in that round, besides maybe the guy rotating back onto the bomb, like to stop the defuse. That was it. The only person who was proactive in that round was Matt. 2 people had their backs turned. Ions, who had a great 3K. He played off of his teammates' info with the vert to cut off Snake from walking back upstairs or getting that rat play done successfully. He goes back up above to hold the cutoff and then somehow gets in the building and is just running around like a crazy man, and he gets punished for that. And yeah, during the post plant, it seemed like no one was prepared for JJ and Co to work those one-on-ones when they're at a 2 versus 4. I mean, good recovery by JJ and Co, but that was a round almost set in stone for the Unks after they recovered from admin.
That was probably, I imagine, that was probably their best chance to win a round this entire half. I don't think JJ and Co are going to get over-aggressive like that again after how well Unks had punished them in the early round. Find ourselves on Garage once again. JJ and Co with yet another roam. Basically, no, it is the exact same operator lineup, so we've got most of the players upstairs. It's going to be mainly down to JJ and Twist to hold down the site on Tubarão and Cade with those ACOGs, hold those long angles. Like you mentioned, the Zoto canisters too can really slow down an attack, quite literally. Unks now very interested in full clearing instead of trying to hit back fast. They've got Jackal, Ram, and Deimos, so lots of tools to both clear this roam and take advantage of that upstairs control.
I do appreciate Unks adjusting their lineup. You know, the server take did not work, so they're going to bring the right operators to clear out the whole map. Maybe get some vert down with the boogie drones if they keep Matt alive. And that could potentially get them not only early entry picks, but have an easier time opening up the main breach and going for a plant. They've been successful at least one time with securing a post plant, just not playing a very effective post plant at that. In the 4 versus 2. So Lair's just kind of walking in by himself. He's got some info on the guy Teller, which he backs away. Emilio keeps his life intact, but I'm not too sure he knows about anyone else here by the piano side of the map.
Crazy repeat from Emilio.
They fell off.
Almost loses his life to Zalaris. Still trying to challenge this. His flashbang will force the Legion back, but he's got help. He doesn't expect another player to be on the roam. No. Rival easily kills him. Twist does get fragged back, though, and he's one of those important players on the bomb site. So JJ and Co are going to have to start rotating back, but their job, they view as likely as over. I mean, they wasted half the round, got a kill on the Flores, which is a big utility pick, especially against a castle. And yeah, they're starting to fall back. The only player who's still off site now is Rival, who's maybe unchecked in Visa.
JJ's gone, I believe, from some vert. They spotted the K-Claw that allows the Selmas to go off. Now they have an avenue into sight. They've got 2 smokes as well with Ions on the board and the Deathmark trackers too. So plenty of info to isolate someone or deny a flank, which is probably the biggest thing JJ and Co could do right now to equalize the man count.
This is exactly what Rival's going for. He sees one. Ions goes down, but Engage with the immediate reaction makes sure that 1 kill is all Rival will get, and he keeps the man advantage in his team's favor. Now a 2 versus 3. Emilio and Snake also very lit up. Flashbangs coming in to try and blind that player's security. We've also got the helicopter.
It's a helicopter.
Bugged out in Snake's vision, but it's Big Matt with a 4th. Engage with the ace as the Unks finally take one away from JJ and Co. Almost all 5 kills coming through that vertical play. Well done to Engage, and the Unks are on the board.
A well-deserved round for the Unks. For the most part, their info was solid. You know, Inox scanner forces the castle off. Rotero drone spots out Emilio, who's by Teller. They only didn't know about Rival, but immediately after, they sent another guy in to play for the trade. It might have not been on Rival immediately, but as he tried to flank, Engage was also there with sufficient coverage, not giving up the vertical. And that's what ended up saving the round for Unks, not letting JJ&Co get away with robbery for a second round in a row. As again, despite losing that entry, it was a very well-paced round for the Unks. And now going against the tertiary bomb site again, I really hope that they clean up their roam clear once again, as that time it was very successful against Garage, but when we saw Piano in play, they couldn't even get past catering, let alone projector room.
Yeah, it was quite a lackluster clear last time on this site, I guess we'll say. They've got Amaru and Sense. I think we might be about to see something freaky. Where would Amaru go here? Maybe in the...
From the basement? The basement hatch, or Amaru clear up fast to deal with the roam? That could be a play.
Either one of those would be cool. Where is he right now? He's outside garage. So yeah, I think he's going to be coming up that hatch.
It's a very open hatch, though, which is probably why he doesn't have the diffuser. And by open, I mean it's like in the middle of the bomb site. Two people playing site could just crossfire that, but no, it's for the roam clear. See how this pans out for him as he hops in. C4 to wait for him, though, and it's tragedy that strikes for the Youngs as Twist finds a third, almost a fourth, but Ions go shield up once again. He downs Emilio, finished off with the rifle, but Snake is there on the trade. And JJ&Co go 5-1. What a comedic way to end the first half.
Wow, Twist. What a 3K, stuck behind that desk and still living throughout the entire thing, too. That's the amazing part. Reading into that Amaru, C4, literally nothing he could do. And then a couple really good shots. I respect the attempt from the Unks to, as kind of a rush roam clear there with the Amaru and then dropping in from yellow. But you need something else, too. It's all too easy for JJ&Co to just turn their sights in one singular direction. And even if Twist died there, you still got Snake. You still got, I think it was Rival as well, upstairs helping him. So even if you kill, there's still plenty of people ready for the trade, knowing that you're coming from Connector and nowhere else. So again, I like the idea from the Unks. Not the greatest execution, and now JJ&Co find themselves up 5-1. This is their opponent's map pick, lest we forget. The Unks chose into this, and if you only win one attack on your own map pick, that is not necessarily the biggest confidence booster. We've also got Zolaris and Dead, a combined 0-10. Add Bless into the mix, that's 3 players, good for 1 and 15.
5 of the kills for Engage as well happened in the span of 1 round. The only successful attack for the Unks was a Big Mat ace. Although Ions made it very close and extremely winnable for his team with that 3K. You mentioned overzealousness for JJ&Co. The Unks have also committed that crime before in the past. Hopefully the defense will straighten them out. I mean, 5-1 splits aren't like uncommon on this map. Oh, I might need to shut up.
Huge.
Here's the swing out. Oh my god, and Bless gets him. Yeah, punishing the over-aggression by Twist. That's now Ash gone. That's not a bad start for the defense.
All right. Fair enough.
yeah, fair enough, man.
Just going for something. Trying to see if it would work. I mean, they've got plenty of wiggle room to do stuff like that. And what it also does is, well, yeah, you didn't get the kill. You lose an early body. You keep the Unks on their toes. Now for the rest of their defenses, they're going to be thinking in the back of their heads, okay, is that going to happen again? Are we going to have to constantly be ready for really aggressive play from JJ&Co like that? Dead does peek outside to kill Emilio. Rival's there for 1 refrag. And they can spot the res being happening outside. Here's the peek from the Blackbeard, and he loses the fight to Dead! Are you kidding me? The Goyo gets away, and the smoke has the kill. Rival even impressed with Dead there, leaving it on Snake and JJ. Finka and Ace against 4. Ions and Dead, both low HP, but still plenty of utility in the pocket of the Unks. The Goyo's still up, who I'm sure has useful canisters scattered around these entrances. Zolaris and Dead both have that huge area denial. And you got the C4 from Engage that they're going to have to worry about too. JJ spots the Tachanka for just a moment, but can't land the shots. And Snake has to worry about this player in catering. That's when Zolaris strikes, leaving Snake in the 1 versus 4. 50 seconds remaining, trying to isolate these fights. The Tachanka, he's got the Shumika out. Snake does find the angle on Ions and now tries to bait the plant. Halfway through, the Unks have to try and move on him. Instead, it's just going to be a Tachanka fire. Snake gets away with the plant, but not with his life, as Engage moves his way up and ensures that Snake doesn't get away with it for free.
Holy aura there by Ions. I mean, committing to that res is ballsy, but the fact that both of them get out alive as well, I think that kind of cemented the round as a victory for Unks, or at least made it almost impossible for JJ & Co to recover, because Twist dying early, on a surface level, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because they got admin control and started clearing out vending machine and long desk, which they did eventually. But that also used up all their explosive util. Both Blackbeard and Finken nades were gone. No more adrenaline surge. Really no other util. Their final drone was shot, clearing the guy out by catering. So they were walking in blind, kind of hoping that the Unks were going to overswing again and JJ & Co could kill them while they're getting the plant down. Maybe make it a 2v2 retake with the fuser down. But that didn't happen. Great discipline by the Unks. After they went for a couple of gamble plays, they fall back, stick to their guns and util, since they had Toxic Babes and Chimikas to deny the plant, and didn't give JJ & Co a second chance to recover.
You also give, again, may not seem like much, but you also give Dead and Zolaris their first kills. You give the Unks their first opening pick of the entire map. It was 6 in a row from JJ & Co. So, while it may look like a throwaway round, it could give the Unks the confidence that, you know what, yes, we can hang. They just 5-1'd us on the defense of a very defender-heavy map. Why can't we do the same? It's our map pick after all. JJ & Co now attacking onto the basement. Also very interested in clearing this roam, just like the Unks were. They've got Deimos and Jackal, two incredible tools to do so. And they've also got that ram. And just to see what they end up doing with the sense, though, if this ends up being like a big vert into garage breach kind of play. What I do worry about when we bring the sense like that is you can also cut off some of the angles from the ram, and Bless just pre-fires Twist around that doorway, and that's the Jackal now gone.
Good game sense there. Most likely hearing Twist enter in the building, preparing that swing. It's your top frag gone, and like you mentioned, a lot of info off the board. They do notice that Bless is above. They could try to use a death mark tracker to force him out at some point, but in the meantime, they'll just stick to their drones as of right now. It seems like everyone has fallen off the roam now, and JJ & Co are slowly beginning to realize that they could use a Deathmark tracker to guarantee where Vigil is right now, but now that they've got top floor secure and they're putting pressure on the first floor, I imagine they'll get Vert down soon, and hopefully for their sake, try to find a way to deal with these Cade Claws and the Zoto canisters, because again, if it weren't for that Two-Brow dying, back in the first half, it could have been a lot more challenging for the defense to get that wall opened up, and now the same thing might happen to JJ & Co.
Very least, they are able to work with that ram. He's got one left. Unlike the Unks, though, no kills found through the vert just yet. Ooh, and Rival missing the Sens wheel, missing those projectors. That could hurt. Because that's one less that's going to be on the site. And if positioned improperly upstairs, you could be cutting off your own team's angles through said vert. Snake may be aware of this player now on the spiral stairs. Less on the Vigil, who ends up losing the fight. So, equalizer found for JJ & Co, but the time is starting to dwindle, and they've got to get this execute underway. And their case carrier has just fallen to Zolaris, I believe, watching the breach. The case is now on the floor. Someone else from JJ & Co is going to have to go pick that up. The camera spots Rival moving his way down spiral, trying to hit the back and cause some chaos among the ranks of the Unks, but he's cut down by Engage. Emilio takes one back, deep in the site now behind Pillar, but there's information on him. There's an Echo still in play. There's a C4 in Ion's pocket, which does miss. Emilio attempting to stick this plant once again. The Echo now dead. Ion's coming from behind, though, is good for both kills, and the Unks do not let it slip away.
Great coordination there. Both defenders pushing at the same time. The way Snake is forced into two different fights, which he doesn't have two heads to look each direction, not two guns to shoot at the same time. So eventually he's traded. Ions gets his opponent off the plant, just pre-fires once again. And this is a big concern for JJ & Co on their attack specifically. When they don't secure that entry, they tend to stall a lot. You're worried as an attacking team, are they still roaming? Are they playing in a rat corner? Are they giving up this map for free? How do we know that? Well, we have to get more info. So they spend over a minute continuing to drone after losing a body whose primary purpose was to clear out the roamers fast and get an entry. Now that Twist is gone, they can't do that as effectively and have to sacrifice more time because of it. And JJ might have even been on the yellow door. I'm not sure if they had the breach open. So finding that pick as well also slowed down JJ and Co. even more so because they're at a player disadvantage again. And now someone else is forced to be the planter, which in this case was your Vert player. So great round there for the Unks, not only against solidifying the entry, but also knowing when to fall back and have a more disciplined round to coordinate with your teammates rather than, sending 3 bodies above the flank to have them all die.
They do get to attack the tertiary site now, though. It's Piano. Good opportunity for JJ and Co to confirm map point. Still going to be a lot of emphasis on that top floor and clearing the console hold for the Unks. They got a lot of good tools for it, too. They've got the mute. He's going to deny a lot of information. I like the Ella pick from Ions, too. Reading maybe the shield play from JJ and Co. Ella can be a big counter to that Blackbeard. Big question mark is Zolaris. Mira's maybe in projector watching into console? No. Opposite. In console, watching into pro. And that's the second one. Where's the first one?
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Is it... It's not bathroom. Where the hell is the other mirror window? Is it on site?
I'm sure we'll see it at some point. It could probably be on site.
Swampy.
Well, Ions will think better of it. Keep himself alive. Gersmon in pocket as well. You see this more often nowadays because of the shield meta that we're in right now. You keep that Gersmon, spot a Blackbeard, just throw it at him. Much easier chance at eliminating him, getting rid of that shield threat, and having an easier time on the defense. But as of right now, JJ and Co will just set up their positions, gather some info before entering into the building. Maybe expecting the Unks to be a little more aggressive like we've seen with those first 2 entries done by Bless. There also is a mute jammer here. Capitao having to run secondary hard breach. He'll need something else to deal with that. Maybe a Twitch drone, as we're seeing one go up spiral right now. But again, got to enter in the map first. It'll be Rival to do that at the very beginning. And they spot someone out by projector, so maybe he'll just try to be gun up and look for this entry.
Blackbeard, the tip of the spear, as he so usually is. A lot of information being gathered by JJ and Co too. Not too abated by the mute jammers thus far. Twist is going to deal with it on that catering wall, so that way Captain Hal can open it up. Or rather, Beast can open it up. Emilio's going to hold on to his hard reach, maybe use it for the connector hatch. If it ends up still being closed. They do have the catering wall open, and they do have the opening pick. Ions, who has been such a massive player for the Unks so far, is our first casualty. That's also the Gersmont in pocket dead, so the Blackbeard becomes more effective, but there's Engage! Showing up even bigger with 2 kills, finding JJ and Rival. The Blackbeard trying to sneak their way in the lounge, perhaps get some control over towards the bomb site. 2 massive kills puts the Unks now in the favorable position with less than a minute remaining and still defenders on the top floor.
Got Capitao to maybe help facilitate a plant, but like you mentioned, not a lot of operators or utility left to clear out this top floor. You could use that Vert to your advantage now by the Unks. Play for a successful retake with info. They've got this mirror window staring down this long angle as well. Twist is going to try to ignore it and maybe go for a lurk play here, but instead he'll just, I don't know, switch between holding the cutoff and waiting for someone to walk down yellow.
Leave the Capitao smoked off the mirror to try and get his way in, and Twist watches 3 people fall to Twist in the hallway, killing both the yellow players as well as the Mira trying to work his way into the hallway since his window became useless. Dead maybe, he's got info, he's got pings, trying to spot the Capitao, but it's Twist with the ace on Twitch. 2 opening deaths in a row into confirming map point almost single-handedly.
Crazy ace for Twist as 3 people line up yellow. No one's slowing down. They hear the plant going down and just just like moss to a lamp, they just start running at the site, having no clue about the cutoff Twist is holding. He gets 3 on top of that. And then the round is all of a sudden winnable. And with Cabot House still alive as well, smoking off the vert, despite there being info of where he's planting. I mean, I think it was dead. He had no clue where the planter was and how to peek in a Twist vert as those angles work both ways. They had a bulletproof on him too.
Yeah, they
but
had
he still
pings.
lost the fight. That is tragic for the Unks. Like you mentioned, JJ & Co. map point now is we'll go back into Projector where this attack wasn't too successful for JJ & Co. But Twist also did just run in Printer and immediately die. So I imagine this round might be a little more favorable for them, but I'm not going to count the Unks out.
He could do it again.
Do you think they would expect it?
I don't think they would. And now he's on
Probably
now he's got
not.
the DMR too, right? He wins it.
I think you can
5
run.
seconds left.
I don't know if you can run breaching charges anymore on Twitch. I think it's just smokes and claymores now.
Attacker's objective is to
Yeah.
defuse the bomb.
You're right.
Someone's gonna shoot it open for him and he'll hop in. That would be the play. Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Back up. Have Blackbeard do it. Back up the Blackbeard.
Real.
With a closed window. That'd be epic. What a massive ace for Twist. 14-4 now. Huge stuff. I mean, literally just when we were talking about JJ & Co. stalling out because they weren't able to get the openers, Twist, what's up? Do you think that's what the timeout was?
Yeah.
Just, hey man, you got an ace.
Twist, lock in, dude. We can't be having this. Stop hopping in windows. We need you to dial in.
You know what's funny too? Before he was still 9-4 before that ace.
Yeah, right?
It's not like he wasn't locked in. He's super locked.
We need to see more than this. Where's our double-digit Twist? We need this.
He locked in and threw away the key. Now, ooh, they know about the
Damn
Azami.
straight.
Bless in this corner.
Oh, the nade.
to flush him out. He's gonna have to move, but he wins the fight against JJ. A massive pick for Bless. He was likely a dead man either way, but just like chess, you gotta try and figure out how to do as much damage as possible with a piece that you're assuredly going to lose. And who does he kill? The ace. The only source of hard breach on JJ & Co. for an admin take.
Kibas as well, very valuable, but having only one set of hard breach, the Unks have way more stall here. Extremely valuable kill for the Unks to capitalize on before meeting their grave eventually. The offense still getting more info now. They suspect someone below, but don't want to use have the drone get caught in a jammer, but it happens anyways. Ions catches one below with a shotgun, and Twist is now on the hunt. But it's close quarters combat. The shotgun could surely win this. He swings wide, but loses. And Ions just darts away. He's done his job finding 2 kills below and keeping that threat alive. And now it's just Emilio in a 1 versus 4. He tags up Solaris, but it seems to be that Projector is an unbreakable sight as these admin takes have continued to fail. For JJ & Co. is dead. We'll close this one.
Only kill for JJ & Co. being the refrag on Bless. Every time that JJ & Co. has given the Unks the opening kill, all 3 times, the defense has won. Well, they had the one attacking round, I guess, but all 3 times the defense has won. Now back down to Garage. A huge round downstairs for the Solus of Ions. I mean, we keep mentioning it's him that usually steps up huge for the Unks, but it's Bless right now. Oh, I just mentioned the 3 opening picks into the 3 rounders on the defense. All 3 have been Bless. He's been really impactful in the early round. Probably looking to do so again now on the Vigil, the same operator that he refired Twist upstairs back on round 8.
We've got JJ now on the Montaigne. I mean, we've seen a couple shield ops already picked by JJ & Co., but more specifically Blackbeard. Maybe they'll use it to try to deal with the roam presence a little bit better. You know, not allow people like Bless to kind of either hide somewhere or just go 1-for-1 against someone. Now you have a dedicated, you know, space maker on this team.
5 seconds left.
They've got no hard breach besides maybe JJ. I mean, they could do a server take fast, maybe noticing a lack of presence here by the Teller side of the map. Yeah, JJ's got pocket breach. No sets of EMP, just 3 grenades in the pool for JJ & Co. And maybe capitalizing on the fact they know there's going to be 1 or 2 roamers above, they just try to play numbers down below. Oh no, they're rushing in from lobby and they catch Ions off guard. No way.
I mean, how do you even read that? Monty in his face, and he ends up dying, but there's Zolaris through the wall to kill Snake. Here's JJ just bullying dead, waiting for Rival to come assist him. Twist picks up Bless. And it could be over here on Consulate as Zolaris is the next to fall. Rival's good for 3 kills, and it is a lockout from JJ & Co. off the back of the Monty Rush. The map that the Unks ended up choosing, John, were only good for 1 attacking round. And they could not even win on the defense, or go positive on the defense. Sorry. No, they went 3-2. All right, 1 round positive. That's not bad. But I mean, that's the power of the 5-1 half, right? You only need the minimum on your attack now to win the map instead of just go to OT.
And again, just star performance by JJ and Co. They had a very consistent entry in the first half. They were good on trades in that round as well, adding some creativity to a rush that we assumed would happen, but had no clue was going to be from lobby side. That was a very creative way of using the Sledge and the Monty just to charge in and not give the Unks a second chance to bring us to OT.
And once they took out Ions, they had the control they needed. A good try by the Unks to fight back, but it's still map 1 in JJ's pocket. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with Labs in just a few minutes.
Well, John, you called for the reverse sweep, and now we have a chance to possibly see it. Unks, they lose the first one after JJ and Co. lay down the law to start. We did see a bit of a comeback there start to happen, but it was JJ and Co. who took the lead and maintained it, including dropping double-digit kills, both Rival and Twist, on the way to doing that, John.
11 for Rival. He had that stellar 3K at the very end, and the Twist ace to guarantee map point on their opponent's pick of Consulate. I mean, it was a lights-out performance for the both of those players specifically, but overall, JJ and Co. remained very consistent throughout this first map, only losing one in the first half, having a really good reaction to almost every play the Unks were doing on their attacks, and then defense just keeping a similar tempo, not really allowing too much craziness to go on, or I guess on the second half when they were against the defense, I should say. So overall, a great start, and now they've got Nighthaven to look forward to.
The lack of consistency from the Unks, again, is something that's a little bit prevalent in all the games they've played. They really heavily rely on Ion and somebody else to frag out of their minds. This time, though, it was Ions and Engage to both drop double digits, but just that consistent inconsistency from the Unks rears its head again. I mean, on the attack, which is, again, been their big struggle, it's usually the struggle of newer T2 teams, unable to clear those roams from JJ and Co., unable to do anything unless they got those early advantages, which JJ and Co. Stopped giving them when they were on their defense, started giving them again on the attack, but then after that timeout, just locked it down. And like John and I said right after the game, that's what the benefit of a 5-1 half gives you. You need just the minimum attacks that you normally get on a map to win instead of just bring it to OT.
Yeah, any team at all levels struggles with trying to make that comeback happen when your opponents drop a 5-1 on you, even on your own map pick, right? Unks, they pick into Consulate, and you just can't make that kind of a comeback happen unless you play perfectly. And as you mentioned, Unks, well, unfortunately not doing that. Looking to Labs, the map now coming up here in just a moment, John. Could this be any different? Are we going to expect anything to change dramatically? Clearly, defense was the favored side there on Consulate. As we go to Labs, is this the place where Unks, on their opponent's map pick, could thrive?
They start on defense, which is nice, but now that JJ and Co. have a map, they have a feeler map to figure out how they like to roam and defend. It might still be a one-sided first half. I'm going to be honest, Jonah. There are some maps that are really, or some sites that are really hard to crack into, even if you're a good attacking team. And JJ and Co. can stall if they lose that entry, but almost all entries, if not every entry that was won by Unks, was by Blessed just doing a solo play. So if they stick together, have that buddy system, and guarantee a solid trade, I'm sure they'll be fine for the most part. Maybe a default 3-3 half, which is all you need if you have a stellar defensive half like they did on Consulate.
Well, with their lives in the Challenger Series playoffs on the line, the Unks, well, they head to Labs now against JJ and Co. to see if they can make something happen on their opponent's map pick. They win, we go to map 3, they lose. So long. Harrison, over to you.
Yeah, this is potentially another tragic loss for Challenger League, John, should this be a 2-map series. But we mentioned at the beginning, right? Labs is a really, really good map for both teams. They're both 6-2 here. JJ just recently, literally like an hour ago, maybe a little bit more, like an hour and a half ago, beating M80X on Nighthaven Labs. It was very close. It was an 8-7 affair, and JJ and Koa, it was 2 back-to-back 4-2 halves. The defense, and then a perfect defense in overtime. JJ starting out on defense, giving them the 8-7 win. So starting out on attack here, I'm interested to see what JJ and Co. end up bringing, or if the Unks try to give JJ and Co., if they do succeed in giving them a taste of their own medicine from map 1.
Demo's not too shocking as a ban for Unks. JJ and Co. bringing out quite a lot. This is a very roam-centric map, so having 2 info ops like Deimos and Dokkaebi off the board seems pretty normal. You've got Lion, you've got Jackla's options to counteract that. Blackbeard is still available, which I'm a little shocked that Unks also wanted to leave that open. I guess they figured he was the lesser of 2 evils, but JJ and Co. also love to bring double shield, so now having like a Blitz and a Blackbeard to do that, it's going to be a very hectic attacking half for Unks to deal with.
The Dokkaebi ban also for JJ and Co. is, it's not just a really good ban on Labs, because she's really good on Labs. It's also a counterban to Ions. It's one of his most played operators. I think he has a near 100% pick rate of Dokkaebi on Labs when she's unbanned. So it's going to make Ions just a little bit more uncomfortable. But also in banning both Deimos and Dokkaebi, you make the roam clearing for the attack a lot more difficult. We're going to see probably more emphasis on operators like Lion, maybe even a Jackal like we saw last map on Consulate get brought out a couple times. We're going to see a lot of shield play on Labs, as we always do. Rival already showing that Blackbeard for this top floor take. This is also the one site they don't really have to worry about a roam for. Very anchor-centric. You just have like adjacent holds in rafters or top aqua or electrical. Very, very rarely do we see defenders push out farther than that.
At most, you'll have a guy run down the aqua stairs to maybe kill somebody if they're getting vert or playing like lower garage to walk up rafter stairs. But if you have a shield, you don't need to take lower garage 9 times out of 10. They've got Thatcher as well. No two brows, so really no K trick most likely in this round. It's very hard to do that against an Ace Selma charge and with a Thatcher on board. So yeah, I imagine we'll see pretty much no roam presence or no clear below by JJ&Co or Unks respectively. They'll probably try to get this wall opened up by IT as fast as humanly possible. Send the shield in to clear out IT and maybe have the Twitch drone sent in to deal with the mirror windows, which is the big obstacle that JJ&Co will have to really set through, because that info with the mirror windows allows for a lot of long-range crossfires.
JJ&Co already dealing with some of those exterior castle barricades, or rather attempting to deal with them. Right there. I think he does. Mirror window on IT breach, already dealt with by JJ. We see that pretty often as kind of a deterrent from walking up and using something like a thermite. It also gives you opportunity to waste some of that hard breach if you use the open mirror as an impact hole, which is what I feel like we see a lot, but there are no impacts on the defense. So the IT breach Mira is a little bit interesting, considering how powerful she is in other places like Aqua and Connector and such.
Probably instead using the C4s to counter the Blackbeard better. You know, there's no shields banned. You're going to assume for an attacking team they'll have at least one shield operator, and that's going to be Rival on the Blackbeard, breaking open that rafters doorway, which was castle barricaded. And now they've got a good setup to try and counteract this. They're forcing JJ&Co into entering the building. Yes, they have a cutoff, but now that EMP going off, it'll make this mirror window a lot more challenging to hold. It's now destroyed. First Nitro cell goes out, but it's a dud as the nade will force them back. And some map control now gained for JJ&Co, still a 5-on-5.
Rival starting to push deep into IT. Everybody on the Unks inside the bomb site with the exception of Dead, who's hugging those aqua stairs. Long angle being challenged by Bless up against JJ, the man with the case looking to come in through rafters, but it's Rival the Blackbeard. Again, the tip of the spear with the opening pick. Twist very quickly refragged on, though. Luckily, your Flores has already really done his job. There wasn't a whole lot more for him to do. A lot of the Unks are pushed way back. Dead and Bless having to try and hold these long angles, but once JJ&Co try to push in, we're going to have this flank from Snake, although Zolaris is just going to get 2. And as JJ attempts to run away, he's shot in the back by Engage. I don't even know. Zolaris getting those kills from Electrical, I guess. And Snake all of a sudden finds himself in a 1 versus 4 coming back to rafters. I don't know what just happened.
You're just holding the cross. They all kind of walked into Zolaris, not having any info about him in Connector. As you mentioned, you were even surprised about it, Harrison. I guess they were too tunnel visioned on the guys playing by Upper Aqua. Good job punishing there for Unks against the shield, which made a lot of space and got an entry for JJ&Co. But again, if you have no util or have no one lurking there to deal with either Aqua or Connector, which were both being guarded by the defense, you walk into a crossfire and die. I mean, it's simple as that. It happens all the time for that command bomb site. So nothing too shocking there. We'll go into the basement now for the Unks, and at least they have a good start to map number 2, with it being their opponents after all. But like I mentioned, that's probably one of the harder bomb sites to attack.
You're talking about a castle barricade. I wonder if there was... Maybe I can look back in the clean feed. Was there a castle on connector
There might have been.
that he
doesn't
like
sound too
that maybe
shocking,
he was
yeah.
like hiding behind and then popped it open to kill 2?
10 seconds remaining.
I think they had 1 Aqua. They had 2 by Rafters. Yeah, the 4th one could have been connector. I guess.
I'm watching the prep phase from
He-
last
he's getting the
round
live
right
results.
now.
I guess the
Moving out to
post
locate a bomb
results.
and defuse it.
The live Harrison reaction. Very cool.
Yeah, I'll update you guys in, I don't know, 40 seconds when Bless finishes putting down the freaking castle.
Oh, look, there's 2 attempted
He's
spawn
running
peeks by
over
Unks.
right now. The last one was on the electrical window. So yeah, I don't know what they were talking about then. Not a loss.
All good. Probably just no one prepared to hold that. Fair enough. And oh my god, Dead's got no
All
idea
right.
about the vert. Hello? There's a boogie drone above you.
The loudest thing in the game is happening right above you. Oh. He fragged though. And that's actually chat, that's kind of huge. They kill Ram. He was only able to get vert on the roam. So a lot of those positions in Scythe now are going to be perfectly safe because the Ram is the only vert op. There's no Buck. Instead, they decided they were going to bring a striker so that way they could have the secondary hard breach that Buck no longer has. They do have 2 shields, so pushing through doorways is a little bit more possible with that extra protection, but still, you would have really liked to have that Ram.
That for a mute. A lot more valuable for Unks, obviously. They still have Zolaris playing here by Cargo. Ions vending as well. They haven't fallen off the roam completely, so more time will be spent here for JJ and Co. And Rival, I don't know what happened. I guess he just got shot in the back, maybe downed off by Bless. Yeah, he'll be the one to confirm that. But wow, beautiful shot by Emilio to at least trade Zolaris. But the rest of this roam is still thriving. As the walls opened up, Ions is there to react. And now it's just Emilio in a 1 versus 2. He knows that Ion was still playing above, but he's now fallen off the exo staircase and is hoping just to play off his teammate. Just a simple trade game would be all that's required to get this 2 rounds in a row. And they've got Vulcan packs too to waste more time.
Huge play from Ion. I mean, again, how many times do we see this guy just step up almost randomly for his team? Leaving Emilio now in a 1 versus 2. There's a Bulletproof calling out his position in EXO, so they know exactly where he is. Free Fire is also giving away his position. EMP disabling the information at least for a few seconds while he attempts to isolate fights. Both players from Unks swing out, and it's Ions. Confirms his 3rd kill, holding down the kitchen area and preventing JJ and Co from getting a foothold in the map.
Yeah, JJ and Co playing rather separate there. They just weren't as successful in the trade game, whereas Unks, every single time they lost a body, somebody was there to trade, and more specifically, Ion's there, finding, I think, 2 out of the 3 trades in that round, which is an impressive roam by him as Goyo. That's how JJ and Co. maybe having to tighten themselves up a little bit here, trying to play more off of one another for that potential trade game. It just seems like they were taking too much of the map at a time and being a little too separate rather than working as a cohesive unit. We saw the idea was there to clear out that first floor extension, but again, just not dealing with Ions early on kind of led things into a disastrous moment. But hey, it's tertiary bomb site pick. This site is a lot easier to attack, obviously, so maybe a faster style of play could maybe work out here for JJ and Co.
So far, we've got kind of the opposite through the first couple rounds of what we saw last map, where the Unks have lost the opening pick both rounds and do not seem to care. JJ and Co have not been able to turn it into any successful round wins thus far. Storage being the site once again means that upstairs will be held. Castle, Mira, Mute Mozzie combo even coming out. Bless might be bandit tricking upstairs too. So there's going to be a lot of utility that JJ and Co have to cut through. They've got the Twitch, who's likely going to help with those mirror windows. I am interested why they keep deciding to stick the Striker, though. Like, yeah, you get EMPs and Hard Breach, which is nice. You're also just bringing Nav and Ace. So why not? Like, if you want the Hard Breach like that, I don't know, why not take, like, Rim?
Well, seems like the Mav and Ace will do just fine for now. Low Torch spots up the Bandit Battery, gets him off, and wow, almost killing Bless as well. That was a nice attempt there for JJ, but he'll still get the wall opened up, and maybe force Bless to be a little more relaxed when it comes to peeking, not be as aggressive as the rest of Unks have been so far. Ion's a lot of damage dealt as well to him. So your two top fraggers right now for Unks are very low in HP, a good amount of info being gathered here for JJ and Co. I imagine they start hitting the go button soon with the help of Rival on Blackbeard once again, and having these two people be your main roamers above, I mean, there's no one here to assist them. This could be a very easy clear as long as you hit your 1-for-1s. And yeah, there it is. Emilio just shoots him twice and Ions is now gone.
Me when I shoot a drone and then walk at the door it came from. That was a interesting play from Ions. Minute and a half to go, though. Time has been bled upstairs because, again, of bringing that striker rather than an actual operator. JJ and Co. don't have a lot to work with when it comes to establishing verticality. Got breaching charges from JJ. It's not a whole lot. We've got a secondary shotgun from Snake, too, which is going to do a little bit. JJ himself getting a kill through the floor onto Zolaris as the C4 from Engage missed earlier on. Bless still has one. He's 1 HP, so he'll have to be very careful about when he uses it. Twist on the cusp of entering into that bomb site, but Engage takes him down from the cargo hull, looking for another. Now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Trying to fight against these players. Rafters doesn't find JJ, and Snake was trying to come in from the backside as well. Now on the stairs, Dead tries to fight the Blackbeard, but it's just a distraction as the plant is going down. The C4 does kill JJ, but there's still plenty of time for the rest of the attack to recover that diffuser and reattempt that plant. With Bless on 1 HP, now looking to come up Parvo stairs. Snake has the coverage, and JJ and Co. are on the board.
The initial damage there from JJ and Co. making the top floor clear. Very straightforward. Emilio gets the entry on Ions. He's already low from another gunfight, so he dies in 2 shots. Maybe trying to just play in a rat corner and use the shotgun to get a 1-hit. You know, maybe not expecting them to immediately run in off the info, but if you know that Mute's low, if you know the Bandit's low, and they're the only two people above, I mean, yeah, why not just say screw it and just enter in the building fast, looking for that gunfight. That nets JJ and Co. the man advantage and top floor. They get Vert down, bait some C4s, and yeah, the Unks had really no response except just taking 1-for-1 gunfights. They weren't in any major power positions besides Engage, where after he got a kill, 3 people just dove in on him, I should say, to get that trade. So good recovery round for JJ and Co. But this attack was extremely challenging for them. They couldn't even get into the bomb site because of the crossfires. And now with the clash on the board, yeah, it might be even more so challenging.
Kind of a double down from the Unks, which I really like, seeing that JJ and Co. already took a long time to get themselves established.
5 seconds to
now
go.
Clash going to make that issue even worse.
Attackers objective.
JJ and Co. have Capitao, but other than that, not a whole lot to deal with said Clash. Even then, the Capitao, not a foregone conclusion when it comes to dealing with her. You can very easily just back out of the fire if you do not place it right. Ions was maybe looking for a run out on one of those players rappelling up to the roof, but he does miss his opportunity. Valkyrie being played for the first time on Labs. On such a big, kind of squarish map. I'm almost surprised that it's taken this long for her to get played.
Seems like they have her playing below as well for a Nitro Cell. Makes a lot of sense if JJ and Co. are trying to force a post plant here, but they have no shield this time. Instead, more emphasis on information and just trying to make space with the Capitao and Grim rather than Blackbeard trying to sail in past that crossfire. Early as well, breaking the shield by Aqua, so the chance of a lurk seems pretty likely here. For the offense, again, it's just finding a way to tackle the Clash. They have no grenades, but they do have 4 pocket EMPs, so maybe they could use them just to disable the electricity on her CCE shield and then take the distance because of that, possibly.
Light work from Emilio on the Mav trick. That was one of the fastest ones I've seen, I feel like. That was really well done. In an era where, especially in T2, we don't see the best Mav players, that was pretty refreshing. In opening that wall, it prompts Zolaris to lock down Connector with that reinforcement. Open up the wall too to prep for a C4 just in case anyone's playing close on it. And like you highlighted earlier, we've still got to worry about Ions, who's lurking downstairs, ready and waiting with that C4, likely off a call from one of his cams in the bomb site. About a minute left for JJ. and Co to try and get this execute underway. Twist, seemingly aware of Ions down below. C4 gets ripped, and Ions is able to run away. Twist is on the hunt. Deals with that Nitro Cell. Ions now walking back up towards Rafters. He escapes the Flores, but Dead is starting to get burned off by that fire. Down to about half HP, and several players meleeing his shield. The Elamine disorienting some of these attackers and forcing them to back off. Clash's shield now dealt with as JJ gets the opening pick onto the Mira, and there's the follow-up from Snake.
Great coverage from down below, and here comes the push after Clash has been shut down. The only real threat they had left alive, except for Bless, who gets one on the open breach. Traded instantly, though. They have Capitao smokes, but they smoke themselves off. A misinput there for the Capitao as they look to rotate from connector, and in this 4 versus 1, it might not matter, but it's up to Engage. He's aced before, and he might end up finding a 4K to save this round for his team, as he's only looking for Snake and Twist, damaging the Flores, but Snake closes the gap. And JJ and Co, great response to the Clash pick done by the Unks. Not only did they send somebody down below, expecting the Nitro Cell play with Valk on the board, not only did they destroy that Nitro Cell and have someone lurking underneath, but using the EMPs and the Capitao Firebolts to isolate the Clash and make her expose that potential line of fire, even almost getting down from the Capitao fires. They had no way to fall back there. That was a perfectly coordinated clear by JJ Co, really leaving no gaps there in their attack.
It was really well done. The Clash was pushed out maybe just a little bit too far. Usually when you see her, she's in the bomb site fighting against Electrical, not in Electrical, separated from the rest of the team, and that's what gave JJ and Co the opportunity to use the Capitao as an area denial like that. I really like seeing that from JJ. JJ and Co, the rest of the team, not getting tripped up by an operator like Clash, who is very easy to kind of freak out against. You know, there's a lot of teams who see a Clash like that and are like, all right, what the hell do we do? They played around it perfectly, and now we find ourselves back on the basement after JJ and Co take their requisite 2 rounds, just like they did against M80X. And they've still got another 2 to try and increase that count. One of those defenses maybe gonna be storage.
Could be the case. So far, though, things have looked very hopeful for JJ and Co after their equalizer round. Here for the attack, sure, they got good vert and an initial entry, but immediately after, it was just the Ions round, I could say. He was lighting up the kill feed, found multiple trades down below in the closing round as well in that 2 versus 1. They'll have to keep an eye on him, as he's once again roaming, no pun intended, Ion. This time, though, he's on the Ella, got some Gersmots in pocket, probably again expecting the shield that we see oh so often for this map, and for JJ and Co in particular. It looks like they're already putting pressure by the vending side of the map, but Zolaris not losing his life, but also not kickstarting the round with an entry. He'll fall back a little bit, but also is backup from Bless if he actually decides to have Emilio enter in.
They have made their way in through lobby as well. JJ's got the cutoff all the way down the hallway. Ion's attempting to rat, something that the Unks do pretty often, sit themselves in corners and kind of hope they don't get droned. There's a Grismot above Rival's window. Will take down his shield once he jumps in. We've also got Zolaris kind of holding a cross here. The nade does force up Ions, and unfortunately, the Scorpion's recoil is too much for him to handle. Snake tapes him down with relative ease. Now JJ and Co can work on clearing soda machines. Zolaris, the castle, playing on those vending stairs, though, takes down Rival. And that's your Blackbeard now dead. 1 for 1, Ella for Blackbeard, and a minute 10 left. That is a trade in the favor of the defense any day of the week. Plus, you've still got Bless and Dead roaming around upstairs, who will just now fall back with a minute left in the round. This is a great start for the Unks.
Got the main breach opened up, though. That's a cutoff and maybe a way to get into the bomb site to secure a plant, but it's Matt holding it above. Engage could play the vert to stop this default plant. They spot out Bless, who's playing close as Legion, but he's able to fall back a little bit longer, eventually dying to JJ's gun. They've got the man advantage back, but again, do they know about Exage being up above?
That could be the ultimate question that changes this round, but JJ's going crazy in the bomb site. Dead is dead. Upstairs, I believe the Goyo makes his presence known, and Solaris kills Emilio from those head holes. JJ's gonna have to get aggressive. He ends up dying. Snake's got the refrag, and now Engage is the last man standing, but he's got no vert set up to try and counter the plant inside of Tank. The camera inside, at least assembly goes down, and that's going to allow Snake to start this plant attempt with Twist covering. They can hear the Goyo, but Twist gets out-dueled. Plant is confirmed by Snake, now just hunting for this Goyo, and he's got the perfect angle to catch Engage, and JJ and Co. take the lead after a 3-round streak.
The 3 rounds we predicted right before heading into the series, Harrison. JJ and Co. after 2 faults recover quite effectively, and actually doing a much better job in the trade department as well. Sure, the Unks still had their roam up above, but after falling off, they take a second to reset. JJ and Co. gather their info, spot Bless, who's overextended, stack 2 bodies on him. And as they attempt the plant, they realize there's vert above. They send Twist to deal with that, I believe, on the Ram. And afterwards, they also rotate to then play for the cargo stairs player. That way he can cover the plant from that long angle on the staircase. So even though JJ died looking for a gunfight, Snake immediately traded and did so once again once Twist had confirmed that plant, holding a very deadly angle against Engage, who had a good attempt of that clutch, but just not a lot of info to work off of after the bulletproof cam was destroyed. JJ and Co. now taking the lead for the first time in this second map, and who knows, they might even find a 4-2 split on the attack, which is almost unheard of in most games for Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, it would be pretty crazy, especially in T2. Storage Control being the last site is a site that JJ and Co. had already won off of the back of a really good top floor clear. The Unks with the exact same operator lineup, very similar hold. I think one of the big differences is Engage in the basement this time. That's another, if JJ and Co. end up going downstairs, way downstairs, it's something they'll have to worry about. But Ions with the electrical C4 gets it on the staircase as Snake and Twiz try to go up towards IT. And within 30 seconds, the Unks already have 2 kills.
Twist not happy about that one, typing bro in chat, but Ion's just laughing his way to the bank. Maybe solidifying the 3-3 half for his team, so long as they can keep their discipline up and not throw bodies at the problem. They've already done the heavy lifting of those 2 entries, and now they can just sit back and let the rest of the round do the talking, as there's still 2 minutes for JJ and Co. left to recover. They send a drone in to assist JJ on a fast take, but as he hears the hop-in, or what's heard of from that hop-in, it'll be a tough call here. Zolaris just out in the open, though, exposing himself. Dead will trade, and that's now case control forfeit. They'll be forced to push out Dead, and I think with Unks having this info, they'll play above maybe just for Vert to stop the case from being recovered, as there aren't many options left here for JJ and Co.
I really like the idea there from JJ to just go fast in the bomb site and abandon the top floor clear, but not peeking that ADS was a little bit strange, and what could have been, if he was aiming, probably a kill on that castle. He ends up getting traded back, and it's a 3K for Ions on that mute after the huge C4. I mean, that was the big wrench that got thrown into JJ and Co.'s gears. You kill the Ashe and the Twitch, who is meant to counter that that Mira, maybe even some of those mute jammers too, and of course your primary entry, forcing JJ and Co. to just kind of go for something. Winning the trades and confirming a 3-3 half, as now we move on to JJ and Co.'s defense. But similarly to the 5-1 defensive half, the 3-3 attacking half does almost the same thing. Now that you've tied the score, you only need your, requisite average 4 rounds on the defense to win. It's now on the Unks to overperform.
Starting out with a power pick of tank assembly. The Ying is in play for the Unks. I mentioned that could be a useful operator on Consulate just to clear the roamers out faster, or have a more fluid execute. If you're not able to have as much info to make that space and go for picks, having a Ying just to full blind a single room is a very effective way of clearing it out and finding a kill to get that man advantage back if you're at a deficit or just looking to get out from an equalized position. They've got Blackbeard and Blitz as well. I imagine this is going to be a very fast take here for the Unks, whether it's a roam clear or just hitting the bomb site direct. They don't have any wall denial, though, or anything to stop the wall denial up to K-Claw and Bandit batteries, so Maybe it's just bringing out the the double shield for the roam clear and then working their way for a direct take after.
Looked like Bless was also just checking the breaches to see if there was anything on it. See if he could Selma for free, but is a Cade on the board. One of JJ's favorite operators. I want to go fast here with Dead. They just go down cargo stairs. There's a player close left trying to just dip, I believe is the Castle of Rival, who now finds himself downstairs in the basement, and Twist gets the opening pick on Bless. Of all operators to lose first, you've lost your ace, and those sight walls are still closed.
They've got secondary hard breach. I imagine they want to use them, though, for the hatches, but it might not matter. Ions, yet again, the hero for the Unk, swoops in and catches 2 by surprise. Emilio and Snake are gone. Their util already deployed throughout most of this round besides some goo mines, but keeping your Blackbeard alive and getting back the man advantage is huge for the Unks. They still have Twist playing above, though. If there's no info about this player, it could be a huge round, but Zolaris is sending a drone above. His due diligence could save his team a really big headache, but he misses him. The Bandit narrowly dodging the info and even getting some vert with his melee.
Hello?
Trying to use the butt stock of his gun to look for someone down below, but doesn't catch anybody by surprise. I mean, maybe they had a cam on him, but regardless, I don't think they're fully aware of Twist, and this could be a huge play for JJ and Co.
He does shoot the flank cam rafters. And dropping in makes a ton of noise. There's a player in control just waiting for him. The blitz coming in from Cargo Hall. And Twist is a dead man. 4 versus 2. Now the Unks no longer have to worry about any sort of roam presence. They can turn their attention to JJ and Rival on the site. I believe the breach is getting opened, thereby engage with the hard breach. Zolaris still with all 4 Candelas. Dead on the blitz. JJ and Co. are in for a world of hurt unless they can catch some of these attackers off guard. JJ just holding this angle close on the door, trying to hide as the Ying Candelas start to rain in. They've got pings on Rival, but in comes JJ. Good for 1, looking for another, but the shield will take him down. Ion's good for 3, and now Rival, who they've got info against, is the last man standing. The cutoff from the breach is being held by Engage. And he's playing this so passively. The impact does miss. Rival now attempting to rotate through. They'll hear the prone. The swing from Ions is good. It's 3 kills for the Blackbeard to put the Unks back on top.
Once again, Ions, great recovery for his team. It wasn't the entry that we immediately thought he would collect there, but instead hopping in through a window and shutting down half of the roam game for JJ and Co. The Unks, they got their spark back in the beginning of the second half from that double kill. Even Twist trying to get a cheeky kill through the vert. It backfired. He gave away his position. Either the drone or someone gun up just heard that vertical above. They heard the drop down as well into lower garage, like you highlighted, Harrison, and they made quick work of the remnants of that roam, getting all 3 defenders before they could fall off, and that left us in a very dire spot for JJ and Co. That 2 versus 4 where JJ, yes, he made a good play, but after that trade was guaranteed, there was nothing much left there for JJ and Co. to do. They had a cutoff to worry about. They had the Blackbeard watching the rotate from the backside while his teammate plants. Great teamwork overall by the Unks there. From a moment, I thought, JJ and Co. might catch the Unks by surprise, being able to fall off that quickly, but still keep the roam alive. But no, seems like Unks were prepared for it.
Winning that first attack is a huge tone setter. Now the Unks, they've gotten a win on one of the primary bomb sites, which again makes JJ and Co. maybe a little bit less confident in that downstairs site. If they're able to win the 2 off sites of storage and control, then the Unks guarantee overtime. The winning on tank is huge. Now we look to upstairs on command. JJ with that IT Mira, like we saw the Unks play both times. Rival does have impact, so they can use that as a pseudo impact pull and destroy Bless's breach. Dead is just going to try and straight up thermite it, which is going to work. That's what is supposed to not happen. You've got the Mira.
Either way, Unks are going to be happy about that one. Jammer can't deny it. The mirror window was not used to deny it either. So yeah, they've got the cutoff established in under a minute. Good spot for Unks to be in. And they've got drone work here by Office Hallway. So they'll start to send Bless in. He could try to get the pillar wall opened up after his teammates are here to back him up. Doesn't want to just push in for free by himself and die to a trade. That'd be devastating. Or the first entry, it's still the 5-on-5 after all. And once again, they've got Ying on the board. So again, I imagine the execute could be very useful here with these Candelas, making a lot of space for the shield ops, as it looks like they're just going to go direct here from Aquarium.
And guess what? This player is Sentry, not the typical Warden that you usually see here. Nade almost getting Twist. Lights him up and breaks his shield as Ions also takes a lot of punishment. Dealt almost down to 1 HP. Certainly one bullet from any of these weapons will bring down the Blackbeard, which makes him a whole lot less effective. You're able to shoot his feet. And Snake is able to get the opening pick. Bless goes down. A second one for Rival as Engage tries to make something happen over towards Electrical. Twist kills what little remains of Ion, and he's good for 2 as he flanks up Aqua, leaving dead all alone against 5.
It's a good start here for Unks to get that wall opened up, but once they transitioned into the execute, JJ and Co, they were prepared. The split push kind of backfired because there wasn't anything to deal with the Goyo packs. Everyone was tunnel visioned on killing the guy behind the shield. That allowed for Twist to have a pretty easy 2K flank, and now Dead will just sit below, waiting for his impending doom. They just circle him. Sharks in the water, they spot him out. That's JJ and Co, a flawless recovery to tie us up 4-4, and like I mentioned, JJ and Co just very prepared for, again, the shield rush with the help of the Ying. They brought plenty of util to stall Unks, allowing them to react correctly against what take was occurring. They could shut it down with a crossfire and also a well-timed flank.
I also really like the end of that round, too, with the Unks. I mean, you can see them talking about it in chat, trying to take kind of little impromptu timeout, knowing that that round was unwinnable for Engage. And what do JJ and Co do? They don't want them to have the luxury of talking it out. They just hunt that guy down. I think that's a really, really intelligent play to keep your enemy on their toes and make sure they don't have the opportunity to recollect themselves like that. Storage Control is now the next site for JJ and Co. They've got a very different lineup than what we saw from the Unks. Instead, it's JJ and Co bringing a Fenrir and a Frost, which we did not see. We didn't see a Solus either, but mainly that Fenrir and Frost leaning a little bit more into these traps, seeing that the Unks are attempting to play pretty fast on these roam clears, and both those operators can really put a damper on that.
We saw Solus one time, played by Unks back on map 1. That was it, though. Same use, again, info into admin, shotgun below, get some vert pressure, maybe kill a guy who's chasing you below. Looks like Snake is going to do almost the same thing. He's on the first floor, probably anchoring sight. He's got the P90, though, instead, rather than that primary shotgun. But either way, it's a good gun to have nonetheless. But Zolaris, damn, nice opening. As JJ is on the open window trying to ego peek him, and he's punished for it. That's one of your only anchors now off the board. If it weren't for this pesky vert, they could probably just hit the site fast. But they're going to wait, have their thermite rotate. As he's gotten the garage wall opened up, he'll now go to IT to do the exact same thing. Although there's a bandit tricking it, they could maybe have someone play on that window down below with the help of the Zofia or the Buck just to kill this bandit.
Speaking of whom, just took away Engage's last hard breach. It was Zolaris dying. That gives it the man advantage too. So a ton is lost for the Unks in just the past 5 seconds. Snake looks to swing aggressively outside the breach, almost gets caught. Also got to pay attention to Bless on that Nook, who could very easily sneak in somewhere, lurking around in the basement. Bandit does have plenty of vert. Looks like Bless's target is going to be those cargo stairs as Ions picks up the kill on Twist, the bandit who is peeking downstairs. Still continuing to work underneath with the skeleton key. There's a player, a very easy target. I believe that's Rival and Lounge, who could fall to Ions. There's a whole minute 20 left. There's tons of time for the Unks still to play with, too.
Maybe the default cam up down below, hearing the Nook walking up this cargo staircase. It's a kind of a make or break kill for Snake. If Bless is able to live, that could be the round solidified for Unks. That'd be their 2 default rounds they need. But as the Nook aggresses, Snake will double down, trying to kill her. Doesn't win the gunfight, but at least Rival found a trade off screen. So we're back at even footing here, as the Unks know about one player in the long hallway, but they spot the site is free. There's one person above. If no one's on that cutoff, Emilio could hold the vert. And yeah, it looks like he is. He's just sitting in IT, comfortably waiting for someone to hop in this window. Did they even get the main breach off, or is just no one holding it?
I don't know. I think just no one's holding it. Oh, no, they didn't. The bandit was able to trick IT breach, so that's why Emilio is just safe sitting here. Now tucked in the corner, Rival awaits. Lesson dead. There's the peek. Nook goes down looking for another. Almost wins the fight against the Zoe, but Dead tanks it. Alive with 1 HP. In goes Engage, but stuck in the frost mat, leaving it all on the shoulders of Dead. As the lead looks to be reclaimed by JJ and Co. Emilio still lording up above, but it's Snake to get the final kill. And it is JJ and Co. back in the lead.
Good recovery there from Snake and Rival, taking those one-on-one gunfights. The info as well. Despite there being a Nook on board, you still have that audio cue, and eventually the scanner will go away. They must have heard her on that staircase, not being totally still, giving Snake an opportunity just to force Bless back. And like you mentioned, with the bandit trick being successful as well, they never dealt with the vert. So even if Snake died, it's a 1 versus 1 where you're forced to rotate and then plant in the other bomb site, which gives time for the defender who's playing up above to also take care of that. And yeah, I almost thought that Ions was playing underneath the site window to kill Bandit. No, he was all the way down below in the basement, which is one of the big benefits to Buck's skeleton key, is you can use it from multiple floors. You see it on Chalet, you see it on Consulate, and here this time you saw it on Nighthaven Labs. Perfectly done by Ions, but even then the vert just simply wasn't enough when you don't have top floor control.
Activating camera.
And never opening that breach, not dealing with the bandit was a massive liability for the Unks. You kind of wonder why that wasn't like
5 seconds to go.
the first thing the Buck tried to do.
Attackers must locate
Like,
and defuse
you
the
gotta
bomb.
get rid of that bandit. I mean, maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they just didn't know bandit was tricking. I mean, hey, lack of info.
Possibly.
That'll do it. Find ourselves back on tank. The Unks are still bringing this blitz. They have also swapped. They've swapped Zolaris onto Osa, which means this is going to be yet another breach-centric execute. I mean, you could use her for the corner plant too, like right through Exo, but she's more effective sitting outside that breach as a big cutoff. Oh no, I lied. They don't have any breach. So yeah, they
Just
are
pocket breach from Bless.
They are gonna.
That's it.
They are probably gonna use her for the Exo plant.
Drone active.
Maybe get the hatches opened up, one of the two. Unless they're left soft once again for the defense to fall off of. Here comes the blitz play. Flashing an open door. Nice one. Working off of dead info. It looks like they just had no idea that they fell off from that close position. Some damage being attempted, but the shield will block it. Here comes the fall off, and the cut is sufficient for Bless. Expecting another good angle to hold. The entry goes the way of the Unks as now they're looking to retaliate. But again, with that shield up above, it'll be really challenging to fight back. But wow, what a shot by Emilio. And your only hard breach is now gone. That's a massive trade to find.
Yeah, I mean, you've got tons of verticality with Engage, but we know when it comes to that Exo plant, how important having that cutoff from the breach is. You shut down anyone working their way back in from tank, or shutting down anyone jumping through that rotation from nano into assembly. And now you don't have that. Everything you do is going to have to be inside or through Exo. If that ends up being the plan here for the Unks, or they may just reconsider. Ion's looking to clear through. There's a player inside vending. It's Snake on the Valkyrie who's continuing to stay hidden. Rival has retaken the top floor as Legion as well, and is trying to work for a flank. Blitz does find Snake. He's not dead just yet, though. Still trying to fight back. Ion's around the corner. Gets dusted. Engage does find Rival, so the flank has been shut down. But now the Blitz is useless against two different players. Emilio has come up to try and assist the Valkyrie, and Dead can no longer make any headway. And now with 30 seconds left, the Unks just try to go in through Cargo, challenging against JJ, who's still downstairs on the bomb site, looking the wrong way. Finally turns his attention over towards the Blitz, and very easily takes down Dead. The C4 from Snake, not going to find its mark, but not going to get the kill on the peak either. Luckily, Emilio off-screen kills Zolaris to keep his team in the man advantage. Engage with 10 seconds left. Both these players from JJ and Co playing passive. JJ missing a couple of shots, but Emilio's got his back. 3 kills for the Mute. And JJ and Co. now on map and match point.
Tough spot to be in for the Unks. Their initial entry was great, but once they lost their cutoff, they kind of stopped moving. They took their hands off their keyboards and were no longer pressing W. They were so terrified of JJ & Co.'s roam, despite them having a blitz, having a lot of space-making operators. And because of that, that gave JJ & Co. again more time to react. Despite there being a ram on the board, Harrison, not a single piece of vert was done in that round because the roam game was still alive in the final 30 seconds.
Yep.
And I got to give credit is due. Emilio running up the vending staircase to help Snake after winning that crucial 1-for-1. That basically sealed the deal. You know, JJ's got that 2-shot, a long-range shotty to kill anybody walking down the cargo staircase, which ended up being blitzed, isolated again, not having any of his teammates to back him up because they're still concerned about the roam, which, although it buckled a little bit dealing with the top floor, it never yielded. They just refused to let Unks take any space to do their plan A.
Also, I think have to give a little bit of credit to Rival, too. Player who was all the way upstairs was engaged, waiting for that flank, and because he had to cover it, once again, he couldn't establish a vert. Really well done by JJ and Co. to recover that round despite the successful entry. The last couple rounds from the Unks, they've had a successful entry. JJ and Co. have battled back incredibly well. Now, only one round stands between JJ and Co. and a date against Gasher, an old foe of JJ's.
Would be interesting to see the full circle of JJ retiring Gasher after Gasher, of course, retiring Bolo, as Jazzman mentioned it earlier in the broadcast.
Not again. Oh,
the full retreat, and oh wow, the EMP! Perfectly timed. That's the Bandit battery getting countered by just 2 EMPs. Dead gets the main breach opened up, so hey, maybe not such a bad start for Unks after all. They send the nade out to deal with that bulletproof camera, getting rid of that battery as well, allowing the drone to sail in without really any hassle. There is a Fenrir on the board this time, though, and a Warden, so not seeing any more Ying, what Unk's probably expecting more counter ops like the Warden, as we just mentioned. But still plenty of stall and more intel being utilized here, again, with the Vulcan packs and the Dreadnought mines, maybe to capitalize on Unks just being really slow and not having a lot of info to work off of in the late round.
You're relying on a lot of their info, relying on the Blackbeard from Ion. So you play that Fenrir, you take away his sight, you take away his info. In comes the Flores, though, and there's that Fenrir. Bless almost losing his life, trying to get a fast pick through Aqua off the Flores drone. Twist makes sure that Aqua is still in the hands of JJ and Co. Now Rafters control being established for the Unks. Zolaris and Dead to open up this command wall, which does end up falling, but yet another flank up Aqua is successful for JJ and Co. Snake does die in the bomb site, and JJ's found behind the A chassis, giving the man advantage over to the Unks with an open breach into the bomb site. And 2 players from JJ and Co. stuck over towards Aqua. All 3 of them stuck over towards Aqua. Engage takes down Emilio, trying to peek out that doorway. The Warden of Twist still looking to hold on, but there's a player trying to work around behind him. He's good for 2, though. Almost a third on the Blackbeard. Finally, Engage makes his presence known. And it's all down to Rival in a 1 versus 2. Ion's with the case. No info to work off of. They've got no idea where Rival is. Engage thinks he might be coming up Aqua. Ions is isolated. The shot! Down the planter! And Engage has to work against a 1 versus 1. Looks to recover his Blackbeard. His Rival backs off, not wanting to challenge too quickly after getting that kill. Plant attempt, once again, worked in from Ion. Almost complete, but Rival with a beauty makes it a 1 versus 1. All up to Ions. Solo HP. The angle favoring Rival. 3 for the Bandit. The 1v2 clutch sends JJ and Co. up against Gasher.
It's over, Ions! I've got the high ground! As he seals the deal, defusing the bomb. JJ go to top 3. They'll face off against Gasher after a remarkable recovery in that round from both Twist and Rival. And what better map to send it off as well, the make or break map that sealed their fate against M80X just hours ago when they were sent afterwards in the cafe. It's where they close us off for the evening. Harrison, that was a damn good showing for that team.
Oh, yeah. The Unks back-to-back 7-4s, I think is honestly a little bit better than I thought they would do. And I think we got to really hand it to the Unks, even though, we're saying goodbye to them right now. They made top 4. Who the hell? And if you say you did, you're a goddamn liar. Who the hell thought the Unks were going to make top 4 in Challenger Series? Oh, you raise your hand. Oh, you raise your hand. Not
You didn't
me.
see anything.
Not
didn't see
you.
anything.
Not this guy. Not Corbeck. Nobody. Who thought the Unks were going to make
Definitely
top
not
4?
this guy.
It's probably, honestly, I think that's one of the biggest surprise showings we've had in the past couple years of T2. Is this team who before a few months ago, yeah, probably at least before a year ago, I'd never heard of any of these guys. They were basically nobodies to me. And then they make top 4. Huge. I can't wait to see what they do next.
Yeah, a wild road for them, and a wild ride here through the Challenger Series playoffs. They couldn't make it happen at the end of the day, but JJ and Co, they will be advancing, and as you said, the Unks, they take their top 4 position in NAT2. That is not too shabby, if I do say so myself. But JJ and Co, they move on to the lower bracket final. Still a chance, still alive, potentially, to make Pro League jump.
It'll be a banger matchup tomorrow against Gasher's team of Forsaken. They lost to Revelation, so they'll also be in the lower bracket, but with the way JJ and Co are playing, this might be another series where we see them punch their ticket to grand finals. And it's another tale of 2 kings from the Tier 3 circuit, JJ versus Mr. B. Probably one of the most favorite matchups we get to see a lot in G3 and T2, and formerly teammates as well at one point during the Crucible, so it'll be interesting if that happens. But of course, they've got one more gauntlet to face through, that being Forsaken, where they've also had a very electric series so far up until that last upper bracket game.
It's impressive, though, Harrison, that we've seen JJ and Co thriving in a lot of different places, on a lot of different maps against a lot of different opponents, right? They showed us that they're not just a one-trick pony, that they even losing in that upper bracket, they bounce back into the lower bracket, they go, they take down Core, they take down M80X, and now they take down the Unks. I feel like we've seen this kind of storyline plenty of times with a JJ-led team, but here we are seeing it again, and it's still impressive as ever.
Absolutely, especially with, again, JJ not having a great reputation back when he was a T3 player, has become a big T2 mainstay. And now, taking down the Unks, we're either gonna have JJ play against Gasher for a spot in the grand final against Mr. B to go to Pro League. We couldn't have scripted it better.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Really?
We'll bring in the man himself to talk about it a little bit more. We'll welcome in JJ now to walk through this matchup, and now your berth in
What
the
it
lower
do?
bracket final.
What's up, gang?
It's insane.
Been a minute.
It's insane.
Been asked for a minute. Been good for some time now. Having fun with it. Let's get it running, gang. Let's go.
So you're feeling good, I take it, after that one.
I mean, today was just handling business. Tomorrow's what matters. Told the team today if we beat M80X, then everything's gonna fall into place. So that's what it is, and handle business today.
It certainly fell into place against the Unks. Did you expect to have to face them in this situation in the lower brackets?
No. So first of all, let me say this. We actually love the Unks. We scrim against them a lot. They're great guys. I'm very proud of them. I want to say those guys were no disrespecting them. They were borderline T4 players going into this tournament, right? And they've been that group's been together a while. They've been grinding. That just goes to show you right there, when teams stick together and they improve, they can actually do good. Those guys just got 4th in CL. I'm proud of those guys. I'm happy for them. I hope they stay together. But as for the question, I was expecting Space Shubes, and I wanted that revenge game because that was a cheese game we lost to them, bro. The Lair's bullshit, bro. That map sucks. So that's all that happened that series, bro. Mental was chalked. When we went into Clubhouse after losing all 6 rounds, Snake did not say a word. Snake, mental chalked. Me, mental chalked. Twist was literally doing everything we told him not to do. We said, don't swing Teddy early round. What did he do? Put his face in a punch hole. That series was chalked. I wanted our revenge game versus them, but I'm actually glad the Unks beat them. I thought they deserved that.
Yeah, I will admit, sitting on the sidelines, I was like, that would be a great rematch. They beat you guys for the first time ever, right? Seeing that happen again. But at the end of the day, yes, they're top 4. You yourself, top 3 now. Potentially a chance to get top 2. maybe top 1 in NAT2. How does that feel? Is that feeling sunk in? Does it feel right to be in the top 3?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. We've been taking this one game at a time, man. Especially even after we lost, even going into the game we lost. Like, it's just one game at a time. There's no advantages of anything, man. It's just handle business one game at a time. So far, we're going through the losers bracket and handling like we planned to. It's a good feeling. I think we all knew we could be here. I think we were all hoping we'd be from winner's side. But at the end of the day, it's all about us and how we play and doing things our way. And that's what we kind of lost track of during the middle of this tournament. We tried to focus too much on the other team and being ready for what they were going to do and not really playing to our strengths. And so far, when we've played to our strengths, we haven't lost a series. So that's kind of been the goal right now.
Well, then on that note, the last question then, looking to tomorrow. Forsaken, lower bracket final. Thoughts about that match?
I'm excited for that match. We'll see what happens. Not going to say any bad juju. I've learned my lesson in the past. I just want to show up. I'm playing. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for the teammates I have. I've come a long way. I've improved a lot. I think a lot of people don't understand how ass I used to be, and everyone still thinks I'm ass, so it is what it is. But one game at a time here, and we're going to keep handling business, man.
All right, JJ, a beautiful sentiment to close us out. Best of luck tomorrow. We will all be tuning in.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, see ya. Well, best of luck to JJ and the rest of the boys on JJ & Co. because they gave us quite a show today. They've been grinding it out in the lower bracket, and Harrison, they get a chance to do it tomorrow against Forsaken. This is how it wrapped up today. We saw JJ & Co. take down M80X, now here against the Unks. The Unks, of course, alive longer than we expected, but what all eyes will be on tomorrow at the top of your screen there, Forsaken. They lost to Revelations. They dropped down to the lower bracket, where JJ & Co. now await.
Yeah, again, I don't think we could have scripted the final 3 better, especially for us three. I mean, we've been in the T2 scene for 4 or 5 years now, kind of rolling with a very similar cast of characters in terms of players, at least kind of at the top. So seeing JJ play against Gasher, and you know, one of these 3 guys between JJ, Gasher, and Mr. B are going to be either back in or for the first time going to Pro League. I mean, it's great. I couldn't be more excited.
Revelations, they'll wait for the winner of that matchup, John, and no matter what, the way we've seen these teams playing, we know that last one is going to be amazing. I mean, seeing what you saw today as you watch these teams play, I mean, what do you think that last matchup could be like? Any bets on who's going to be in that grand final?
I mean, it's a tough shot to call, man. You've seen a lot of returning faces from old T2 when all of us used to be casters, not just the big hunk hosts and the 2 regular duos that we see all the time in T2. It's a tough call to make. JJ & Co. have shown a lot of improvement, and up until Revelations, we had Gasher's team of Forsaken be almost flawless in the upper bracket. I feel like I gotta go with my gut here and just say JJ & Co. take it, but it won't be an easy 2-0 blowout. I think it'll still be a really close game, and I imagine we still see a lot of pop-offs from both teams. And the top 3 teams currently, not only have we casted them in finals positions in CL in the past, everyone on those rosters have Pro League experience. Everyone on all 3 of those teams have somebody in Pro League, if not more than one person.
So Harrison, I know you guys are going to be back for the grand final tomorrow, but not the lower bracket final. So before we go, I'll take your prediction on that lower bracket final outcome.
I think JJ, despite just saying that they're going to focus more on their game than the other team, I think when it comes to the map ban tomorrow, so there's something that John and I were talking about before the game, right? Or something I was talking about with Adam, because he was casting Gasher's team. They ban Lair, Labs, Sky almost exclusively. Almost every single game, JJ's going to bring one of those. Like, guaranteed. And I think he's going to take it 2-1. I think it's going to be JJ versus Mr. B, the grudge match for Pro League.
Well, it's been a heck of a day here. One more to go in the 2025 Challenger Series, and we will crown a victor tomorrow afternoon. So you do not have to wait much longer. 1 p.m. Eastern, we get things started, so you're not going to want to miss it. For our producer, Ferme, for Crow, for Fellow, I've been Jonas Willinger, and we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you then.